是我们赛前能够预料得到的。就是 AG 当前他们的一个每名队员都是各有实力，但是组合在一起的时间偏短，究竟能够呈现一个怎样的磨合？就这支队伍的，就在赛前看到很多对于这支队伍的评级嘛，就有些人觉得会特别高，有些人会觉得特别低。那我觉得今天同样是一个给大家答疑解惑的机会。
好。 这个虽然说班图还没看到啊，但是我已经看到了第一张 AG 是搬了莲花古城，
感觉有点没道理。
第二季之前不怎么打这个，
对，而且第二季的莲花古城挺弱的吧？就是刚刚我们聊的那个13-0嘛。
对，那第二季是选择搬掉了微风岛屿。第一张地图我刚刚好像看到了是日落之城。
那当然了，你莲花古城和微风岛屿不选，那 AG 就要碰一碰你第二季之前一直搬掉的常规班的日落之城，你到底练没练东西？
哎，那第二季选一张自己能玩截风的地图，选了亚海玄城。
亚海玄城一出的话，第二季其实蛮强的。他们之前去年12月份未尝一败，并且战胜过 ASE 和 RA。
现在还有霓虹丁以及
Hello, give me 1
second。第
second.
二季是选择搬到了霓虹丁，那最后留下来是森寒东港，这也是这2天来第一次可能会出场。
对，就要看我们今天会不会出现第一个 BO3完全拉满的情况了。
在之前的3个 BO3全都是2-0结束，而这一次如果打到图3的话，我们就会看到森寒东港这张地图，很多人又爱又恨。
对，其实很期待，因为森寒东港当前它没有一个所谓固定的阵容，更多的还是像铁三角里面的。 鬼蛇、奇猎枭嘛，包括之前我们刚刚赛前聊到，就是唠的可能让他像拿出瑞娜这样的英雄都是有可能的。
Hey.
但我担心的一点，就这个 BP 看下来好像 AG 没有什么。
RB1 Stu hospitalized because he broke his back. I didn't get to watch that game. Did RB himself perform well, or was it mostly the team?
哎，我们来看一下双方的英雄选择。
I assume Twitch is fine because Twitch chat is.
他是选择
going at it.
霓虹，而在另一边的话，雕币他是选择
Good. YouTube is fine. That's good.
必须有话可说。
那
光的霓虹在应该也是日落之城打出了一个将近30的
Naver is fine.
疯狂。
Oh, I can't turn off my preview on Naver.
而且昨天对于 Nova 来说，
I guess I'm just gonna turn that off.
就依旧是我们之前对他的一个4字形容，就是超级信任。
Africa is fine as
那
well.
第二季来说，也有一名可能没有太多之前职业履历的一名选手，就定伟的加入，他现在其实一定程度上成为了第二季相对兜底比较稳定的一环。
马上进入日落之城。 值得一提的是，在这张地
Oh, they've got the LED floor. That's cool. RB Ace. All of them had their moments on TC. Gotcha. All right. DRG versus All Gamers.
那第二季是选择防守开，这张地图很偏防守。
对，因为他其实守方在前点位设伏的话，很多波拐角你是不太好补枪的。
我们看进攻方，孟可他是选择起了一个闪，然后带的狂怒。
Well, let me also just. I don't actually like never got back from them.
Speedfires 在这张地图也没有选择玩到黑梦。
I just like got home and finished my dinner, so bear with me as I set all this up.
你有没有前压？但是如果在这吃能量球的话，是有可能。哎，山崩地陷来了，但是卢克。 为了防止对面山崩地陷，直接激发超前暴走，然后往后溜了。对，两边都在打试探啊，但感觉 AG 在前点位交了几个雷击剑，技能互换并没有讨得太多的便宜。而沃卡楚他也是非常老道，把雷击剑是给到了中门的位置，他给到了开关门，因为正面这个位置 B 通一定会给雷击剑去把半线给电掉。前40秒钟 ，AG 做到的一件事情是什么？就他们确定了霓虹在 B， 然后林也在 B， 铁臂也在 B， 所以现在大部队直接往 A 区去推。恰巧现在
China Stadium is better than Pacific Stadium. I mean, to be fair,
对，这是一个纠结矛盾点。但是
I mean, not that I like represent any part of the companies that are involved in this stage, but. I feel like China just like went all out on this tournament, whereas all the other regions like have not, whether intentionally or not. I don't know.
对，但是队友以及霓虹的回防速度来的还是很快的。推暗眼，来到前点，但是 Spearfire 是打掉了定位，现在可以进点安装爆能器。卢克就在烟边拉出来，打了一个，波特立马补枪。现在人数变成了一个3打2。对，但是尼克还有2颗闪光。对，这2颗闪光很重要，一颗过点，一个反清，但是他找不到人，人在哪？ 死点位，他必须得用矩阵雨波来清。我卡数，先从哪一边？闪光，打脚下，点身子，但是蹦他找了一个侧身打头，1打1，位置已经锁定，拉出来，尼克一发头部命中。他甚至还留了多一颗闪光在身上啊！这其实是一个比较干净的残局处理。 第一个闪反清，然后在这个残局之中，其实 A 系的2个人协同好，一个人在对枪的时候，另一个人没有直接拉出来。
其实这一分，我觉得悬念就还是在于尼克这个点，就是他首先帮助队伍在 B 区劝退对手，然后回到 A 区之后，残局有很多的道具和技能来。
Not familiar with the region. Any players? Honestly, I'm not as familiar either. Obviously, I know like I basically my knowledge of the region is also very surface level. So the reason I want to follow them is now that they're officially into the fold of VCT. I really want to keep track of all of that as well. Let me know if the official cast is like too loud. Obviously, I want to hear the game sound as well, but I don't know if it's like better or worse if it's a language you maybe don't understand. Like I don't know if it's better or worse if it's like the same language that overlaps or separate. Oh, DRG brought out the neon on Sunset. I see that. Neon breach. So they're really looking to just clear corners and stuns. And the Silva for intel that can help draw out info as well. But generally, considering that it's not... I mean, I guess there are worlds where it could be the Silva and the neon that entry, but I gotta imagine generally with the flashes as well, the breach and the neon is going to be your tell that that's the entry. Other side has breach as well. Oh, for anyone in YouTube chat, give me 1 second. I just realized that this probably is not picking up my YouTube again. So let me fix that. There we go. It should be updating. Yeah, refresh my chat, so bear with me. If you are on YouTube, please try saying something now.
定伟刚刚是在中路射了一根雷击箭，他是电到了 AY 的，半线。哦，吊臂想要往前，但是立马被反了一个暗眼回来。唐昭非常稳健。这 TZ 好硬啊，他一个人在 A 区非常的激进。看到了枪管，
That's a nasty peek.
拉转枪头。 一发头目命中打到唐哲浩，现在 A 点空无一人。
What's my thumbnail? Oh, is it just my profile picture? I haven't set thumbnails for live streams. My stream setups are very step by step. Oh, he also didn't see the barrel, maybe. Yeah, I guess maybe not. Okay, yeah, he knows now. And this is already looking pretty dicey. Monk needs to win this. Okay, now they know. Last one's there. They've got fault line. 1 point away from Rolling Thunder.
对这一分，其实 AG 只掉了2把枪，而且我觉得结果上来说非常好的一点 ，Monk 拿了好多的点数。他现在只差1个点数可以拿到惊雷卷地。对，因为惊雷卷地其实经过了好几波削弱，他现在是9个点数才能放置，因为他对于包点的一个覆盖范围，就是队伍近点去打换人，是一个极其优势的终极技能。 现在这分控个球，完完全全是有可能去混战。现在这种大范围的终极技能，好像就只有海神的爆拳是没有削弱。爆拳感觉强度还是低了点。对。2比1，现在这是来到上半场第1个长枪局，还是和之前一样，先来控制壁通，但是壁通这个巡敌舰是被秒打。我就感觉这一分 AG 得交点技能，帮 Monk 先把大招吃一下。 A 区那个能量球左右2个枪位很容易被打嘛，所以往 B 区去推是一个更加明确的选择。而这个能量球也可以控，先给了一个雷击箭，想要垫一下半线，但半线其实是在后点的，很聪明。换了位置，哎呦
Wait, how is all gamers?
但我卡叔差点把自己送进去。
Wait, I'm confused.
是啊，这个其实我有点意外，因为 AG 在 B 通前点交的技能还蛮多的。 对，他们好在山坡地线是能再生的嘛，也。
How many kills does Monk have?
索尔奈2个雷击箭全部交完了，索尔奈大脑在疯狂运转啊，他现在在猜测对方可能会在哪个点位去打一些出其不意。他们其实也蛮担心 B 通打。
Neon hold on A is pretty strong.
山崩地线闪光就打他们非常的痛苦。对。给了一个闪电。
Oh, I mean, it was a good idea. If he was gonna do it, that was probably the best shot.
他虽然闪电弹球弹了2个，但是有一个人是没有吃这一招的。 对，这一分双方其实在前点位都基本上没有露太多的动静，反而是最后DRG在1波6近点的反清，不管是首方重人点还是这个超市出烟的 timing， 可能节奏上没有把握的特别好。
定伟在下来的时候是跳了一下，这里有个小坡，如果你在落下来的时候有个小坡的话，你的枪是不稳的。
那 AG
Rolling Thunder online.
经济一反
2-2.
惊雷卷地都
I mean,
留了下来。
DRG, your best bet is hoping that they just use the Rolling Thunder right away on the entry, and then maybe you can get some on the retake. They do a fast clear of both B and mid, though. That's insanely fast. Use the paranoia as well. And the neon comes out. And then they're flooding again because they got the first pick. Oh, the Hero Vandal. He's healthy. Dingwei's very low, but spiked down. 4v3. Oh, the high-low. They expect it because they hear the shadow step, but they... Bukashu shows himself first. Good weapon swap, too. Gets the sheriff. I mean, 2 members are so low, but this is already more damage than should have been done. And there's still a chance that they win this.
还是想要去压缩时间啊，因为如果你安置暴龙器就是一个45秒钟的倒计时，先骗人出来。
One doesn't have smoke for 5. Okay. Fault line catches only 1. He doesn't know where the last one is. Oh, the timing on that. That's smart from Vukashu. I mean, it's a given, but it's smart.
是有一个所谓的连锁反应在的。Nick 敲掉了第一个，利用爽的一把争议，Vukashu英雄枪出去补枪抛帽子，导致几个残血，让 AG 的残局非常的被动。而最后的一发入魂啊，对 AG 来说也是大伤士气。
Vukashu 有一个习惯，就是他在连败的时候，如果说这一分没有长枪，他有可能会起一把英雄狂徒，并且不带甲，不带任何技能。
对，甚至他这把狂徒在自己没血的时候还交给了自己的队友。 天呐，伟大！
刚才就是他身上记录了一个白板，他没有赛博囚笼，没有半线，4滴血。
Are they gonna use fault line as well? He set up for it. Sees a ping as well. No chase on it though. It's one of those things where it's like you have it's a weird mix of utility because you're setting up the one-way anyway, and then you're sending the recon, and then the fault line. But that one-way makes it so hard for you to roll around that. I mean, as Neon, yeah, you could try like jumping and sliding out, but so it's not the most ideal timing of skills. It gets the job done at the end of the day. I mean, you get the ping and you chase them out, but now both the recon and the fault line are on cooldown at the same time for not a particular reason. He'll eventually catch that. Paranoia back to main. Almost gets that kill. Overcompensates a bit too much. Hunter's Fury. Ooh, needed to get that one. But they have Rolling Thunder for the retake, so even 3v4. Neon still has both relay bolts and a fast lane. The From the Shadows, it's meant to buy them some time, trying to force DRG to worry about their flank. And they might. It's really good to see that Nick's saving his Rolling Thunder, though. Unfortunately, they don't check their corners. Yeah, shadow step, and then it's a double. Oh, that's a nice double peek. The shadow step and then double swing out. That's tough.
超市的位置面对一个极其劣势的出烟身位，在暗眼被对手规避的情况下，完成了一波3杀。他这个创造的人数优势，正是残局获胜的关键原因。对，这波补枪也补上了。定伟其实挺尽力的。其实他作为一个新人，我一直有很关注他的成长以及他在联赛当中的表现。
他的枪是非常硬的。
反而是 Luke 现在玩到霓虹之后，短时间内在防守端没有找到自己的手感。
Man, it almost feels like it shouldn't be this close, given how things have been going, but Indonesians are good at Valorant, what can we say? It's a lot of talent that came up from Indonesia. So Neon can hold B main. The only thing about Neon holding B main is like if they try to overpower you with utility, I just feel like your exit is a lot weaker than it was on A. But I mean, Cypher is fine on either side. I think it's one of those things where Neon is favored on A and Cypher is favored on B. But if you want to go for a switch up to try to push out, that's fine. If you think you can go for a retake or something like that. Obviously, the guns weren't there either this time for DRG. So I gotta imagine DRG is just gonna go for this, right? Did Nizao get freaked out by that? Like, why was that not called? Good fault line support. Oh, it's even better paranoia support, quite frankly. Oh, sword 9. Explains why 3 of their players are part of the top 4 teams in Pacific Kickoff. Is it only 3? Forsaken, Excurit. 4, right? Yeah. Unfreakmon yet? Wow. Forgot about Excurit. Yeah, granted, the 3 of them are... I mean, it's credit to them as the players, but it is also the Paper X effect.
以当前这样的一个节奏来说，它其实 AG 的打法思路有一点点偏韩式运营，就是他们会拿到一些有用的信息，再来拼残局，拼一些队友的补枪啊，以及小技能的击杀手。
Man, one day I'd really like to just sit in on a timeout. It's never gonna happen, but it would just be very interesting.
但现在对于 DRG 来说，经济是他们不小的问题。
DRG 经济现在确实不太好，而且最重要的是在输的那一分交到了惊雷卷地，这是一个9个点数的终极技能，通常一个半场最多就用2次嘛。对，
而且之前这张地图其实日落之城 DRG 一直都是搬掉的，感觉他们要么是在这张地图练的太少，要么可能就是没有自己想象当中能够发挥的那么亮眼吧。
但必须得说，霓虹这个英雄确实是要比卢克的雷兹厉害很多的。虽然我们看到他现在是个战绩，这是很正常的。卢克他有一段
得看进攻嘛，
对，得看进攻。
对。那3比4，这一分2400，已经开始纯狙了吗？但这个甲量还是要补的，加上一把正义，用超限暴走来破局。
Okay. Half armor meta still alive. I mean, they kind of have to. So trying to get this back in the fold. They only have overdrive. That's not much more to work with, but you do have the showstopper. This is a... I mean, they took the position, so that's fine. I guess you do have the sheriff on the Neon. I didn't realize that. But yeah, you gotta watch out for that showstopper coming in. Because the overdrive is not gonna counter that quickly. Yeah, so they know that there's a sheriff here. Now, I mean, AG should be able to suspect that the Neon would be the sheriff, if not, you know, more people. But you gotta imagine that people are gonna buy half armor and buy up. How are you reading Luke's name? Is it T-Virus Luke? That's a very long name. You have that showstopper in. Good stuns. Really slows him down. It gives Luke an option. It gives Luke a timing to go in, but... Dude, how are they all finding separate kills?
确实，他这个超限暴走，它是一个线性伤害技能，它没有那种爆发。
哦，对，而且 AG 现在是慢慢。
Delb is snappy. You love to see it. Yeah, Delb's going at it. Really, really need to go back and watch that Stu versus RB game. How did Stu do? Did Stu still like frag? Was it very apparent that the loss of Yeoman was too big for anyone who followed that team before? Because I agree with most people. I felt like the impact of Yeoman would be pretty big. Granted, I thought the impact of Stu would be pretty big too, but... Ryan's just calling him Luke. Yeah, we can all do what we want on our watch parties until they make it to a Masters or Champions, and then they tell everyone that it should be read like T-Virus Luke or something.
击杀都是已经有2位数了。
而 DRG 这个节奏是非常非常不利的，他们
But I'll go with it. Luke seems reasonable enough. Dude, DRG is just constantly. Here's the thing. You have. Oh my god. I mean, that's just AG knowing that they're supposed to win this round. They do give that Vandal over. Oh, that is an okay sprint for the win. Monk seems to have really good shots too. 35 kills on Bind. That's map 2. YouTube's saying crazy map 2. Damn. Stu, literally LeBron James, no help. You know what the best thing is about like certain shots in an FPS is that, especially in Valorant, I feel, with all the different abilities, etc., at a certain point you have to start to question, is it really just the shooter, like the person who's shooting, who has ridiculous aim, or is it just that the opponents are being very predictable? Because obviously it goes both ways. Indonesians who matter on Raze. UI is freaking out a little bit. Server setup back on A. It's a push out with Breach and Neon, but if they really want to make it work, they're going to have to actually break that trip, because AG is pretty much committed to this A hit, and that's because they have Rolling Thunder. Vukushi doesn't get hit by it, so okay, he's even going to refresh the Cyber Cage. That should actually buy enough time. Main will finally break the trip. So now DRG doesn't have as much time as they would have hoped, but they get the spike down. Cypher going down. I actually don't think that's the end of the world for DRG. I think it's a fair trade because it bought enough time for the spike to have to be replanted, and it took out their breach. Cypher already kind of did his job, in a sense. Well, that's a triple stat. But he should have caught sight of all of them. Yeah, you got to start pushing in. These are good baits and switches from DRG, but they're still a little lost. I don't know. Maybe he didn't actually see all 3? I mean, you got... Oh, man. Is it just me, or is the stream a bit blurry? I assume my camera is not, and this stream is, correct? I am on the YouTube one at 1080, but it might just be YouTube being YouTube. I cannot get the Twitch 1080, so maybe I should try a different platform later. Because for like Korean streams, when they do it on 1440 on YouTube, it seems crisp enough. But that could be it. And then it's probably losing a little bit of quality through my own stream as well. Could be it. Okay, yeah, then it's probably because their YouTube 1080 is not at its best quality. YouTube seems to have that, where like if you're streaming on just like the basic settings on 1080, it actually gets a little blurry. So at like 1080, I think Twitch is generally better, but then YouTube 1440 is a lot crisper. Yeah, like I see it too. Like the minimap's very blurry for what it shouldn't be. The UI is also freaking out, but I feel like that might be my browser. Delb's blast packs haven't really... I don't feel like the blast packs themselves have been that unpredictable, though. We'll have to see if Nizao's kill there is a result of that, or it's just a really nice shot. Oh my god, what did I say on YouTube? They're saying my title is wrong. Oh, it's wrong everywhere. Why did I say JDG? Thank you. It's wrong everywhere because I copied and pasted it everywhere. But you win a cookie because you noticed. Thanks for letting me know. I was probably thinking about JDG. Change it on Naver that no one's going to be watching anyway, but...
这应该是一个教练喊的暂停了。
选择在上半场最后1分把暂停给叫出来。
争一争呗。我印象当中，他们刚刚的终极技能
Appreciate
应该还
that.
是有蛮多存留的。
Really? AG called a timeout? They really want the 8-4, huh?
DRG 是留了大概2、3个终极技能。
对，可能考虑到84和75，其实差距还是有的。在这样地图，他们是尽可能在进攻方去拿下更多的分数。
而在另一边 ，DRG 也是慢慢好了起来。不过必须得说，他们在长枪局的胜率没有那么高，他们拿的4分里面有1半都是一口翻的。
Do we have? We don't show it. Showing the PCs and the coaches as a sponsor, I think is good. Obviously, one of the caveats being that you can't actually, they might not call timeouts. And also, they're not actually playing the game, so yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not the greatest of sponsor. I don't think it's a bad sponsor activation, but maybe it's not as great as I thought it was. Opt for Spitfires. No ults. Rolling Thunder for Nick. Yeah, no, it's just the YouTube stream itself is, and YouTube streams are like that sometimes, and I feel like it's you have to like manually tweak some settings on YouTube to actually get the best of it. I think my browser is freaking out. Once we go into halftime, I'll try to fix this. You guys are probably seeing the flickers as well. I think that's my browser. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. It only does it on YouTube streams though, I think. Showstopper in. Kingwei gets hit. Nizao should not have gotten out for free there. But he does. And he gets a second. And he gets out again. And if he didn't get hit by his own teammates Rolling Thunder, he would have had a third. Dude, how is Nizao getting away with all of this? I mean, obviously he uses the cubby real well, but dude, a 4K. Okay, now that we're in halftime, give me 1 second.
先出眼打一个，暗眼一推，踢来踢去，拉扯对方的站位。他这一分在 B 区就打出了一种千军万马的感觉。唐指导也醒了，这绝对对于 DRG 来说是个好消息，因为其实这样地图虽然它偏防守，但如果你打进攻能够去拉扯到守方的站位，或者你有一名单摸实力很强的选手，就像卡叔这样，其实 AG 在守方的压力依旧不小。对。 但确实，如开始所说啊，这张地图在所有地图里，现在服役的图池里面，哪怕说包括其他没有服役的，比如说是什么深海明珠啊什么之类的，这张地图是最偏防守，它一定是大手图，这是一个毋庸置疑的。
All right.
不管是数据层面上看来
，how many people fits in that stadium? By the way, it does look
绝大部分队伍可能都会先来到防守边
fairly large, not massive, but fairly large.
一些其他的教练，就是他们说这张地图现在有。
I mean, yeah, 5-7. It is a huge recovery. Which I guess you saw the momentum that DRG was trying to build up, and AG. That's why the timeout was called. But dude, my voice took a beating this past week. We are Dragon Ranger. That's got heavy Far Cry. Dragon something vibes. I've never played it, but you guys know that expansion?
值得一提的是，开始我们看到了 ASE 之前的一个队服啊，现在 ASE 的选手。
You know what? I'm really excited. I actually wasn't as excited for this game. I'm very excited for the next game, Billy versus Wolves.
他的心态非常好。作为一个决斗者来说，你的心态一定得放平，哪怕说自己的在一个半场没有完成几个击杀，而且你每一次可能说死的莫名其妙，但是没关系，只要你心态放平，总有你发挥的时候。就一句话，别急，进攻看哥们儿发挥。那我们也是期待一下这名努力的选手啊，Luke能够在进攻端 DRG 的首战日落之城带来一个怎样的惊喜？唐朝已经14杠9了，他挺 C 的。就上半场能够感觉到，其实 AG 的这个优势是更大的，但是其实分差没有拉开，甚至一个教练喊了那个暂停。攻守互换。现在我们去看一下。 我比较好奇的一点是 ，Monk 作为一个铁臂，他起了一把狂怒，哎，他站在 A 区一个非常靠前的一个拐角位，感觉想要去清一波， 但 A 区等待他们的只有一个博卡鼠，博卡鼠感觉放了半线之后人就走了。
孟考好像一般都是这么起，因为上一把进攻的时候他也是这么起的。
哦，
Hey, so.
铁别的技能有一定的关系吧，毕竟闪光。
Oh yeah, Phil, a what enjoyer?
卢克先来前点，滴一下能量球，然后让队友吃。这能量球肯定是让给尼克吃的。
对。
再给一个必通烟。
前那位还是在打试探啊，就这张地图很明显的感觉到，就 DRG 他们实战实超的次数绝对不会多。
毕竟这不算他们的强图之一。中路封烟，然后再给上一个中路的寻敌剑，确保 AG 没有中路压出来。
对，
那马上就是一。
So mid was given up. They have the default cam.
但是绝大部分的地图都在 DRG 的手上。
Does have paranoia. He's not hit by it. He was hit by the paranoia, not by the fault line, and he gets 2. That's huge. They are kind of pinched because of that pickoff, but I mean the raise gets him, so you kind of just have to fight your way through that. And I think he meant to bounce that further in, but that's okay. DRG has to double team this, so they're playing correctly as best they can. They would ideally want more and more. Nick was too low, so he doesn't peek.
这个山崩地陷，它其实是有一点点距离，可能会漏出来，漏掉一个人的。
我感觉刚刚好像是那个角度偏了一点，但是其实第二季是有买保险的，他又推了个暗眼出去。对，暗眼它出现一个比较尖锐的问题，就是它是视野受限，它不是你屏幕上冒绿光、冒红光什么之类的。对，它贴的过去直接右键给你崩了，你完全一点办法都没有。
2x KO.
你面对标配2枪头也是没有办法的。
那我们看到 AG 他选了一个
2 times KO. I like didn't get what any of you guys were saying.
你直接起大甲害灵，一般是不会被翻的。
Listen, I'm not a fan of the name, but Valorant was memed about for its name, and here we are being absolute Valorant intro. Dude, that's just not fair. That was so. There was no way he was not moving during that shot. I'm excited though because announcing the official name and announcing that. You know, they're going to try to get at-home playtests for the year at the end of the year is a huge step forward. At least Valorant is readable. Well, that's the part I don't get. It's just like 2x KO is like.
零其实没了，现在其实会给到第二季一些弹幕的空间。
I don't know.
分彩中路实在没有办法能够放人，人数太有限了。
I mean, it obviously it's a tag fighter, so like I get it. But did you submit pickups for playoffs? Oh, I actually didn't. I should do that.
来到近点，这里可以跑打的，但是子弹也没有特别多了。不过旁边索尔奈也完成了一波补枪，爆能器是掉在中路了，那 B 通的人有点尴尬。先给一个，
如果能安包的话，就
Okay, I'm taken out.
掉市场那个小门下面太难了呀。
You know, I actually.
抽一枪，我靠树，说掉 B。
Well, yeah, you try a couple more for sure. This is fairly disastrous for AG. They gotta just run, yeah. You just leave one to buy time, yeah, and then just like don't risk this anymore. Don't lose more guns. There you go. I mean, I think he's swinging at the last second, so he doesn't take a weapon with him, but. Really? It's also insane that he thought about swinging around at the last second with a Sheriff instead of the Spectre, but... Is there any funny bit is this? Well, we only just got into this game. We missed the first match, so... It is very aggressive though. Sheriff's me in half armor. Oh yes, I was gonna talk about this. I don't know, especially with the potential of the outlaw and whatnot now. I just feel like constantly going for sheriffs as Zeta is doing. It's just not gonna work in the long run. I mean, I think having one heat. Those are some nasty shots. Wow.
这个枪实在太恐怖了，
他没道理的，他这几枪，
而且他的位置是先被发现，市场的人帮他勾了，然后红砖中2个都没打过他。
这 AG 有点昏头， 但是 Speedfire 说，我自己的正义也有自己的强度在。都慢着，都慢着，唐朝浩来了，唐朝现在等一个，第二个推暗眼。哎，这 Monk 被黑的打了一个吗？哦，这暗眼应该是没有吃盲到。对，是 TCH 也是完成了一个漂亮的收尾。我看说这一分非常漂亮，我们本来没有想到，因为我们想的是4个人走一边，他在中路断的这个人是拿的正义，但是他忽然一枪。 再抽了一枪身子，再来一枪，哇，他非常非常的夸张，就是兵来将挡，水来土掩，谁来我接谁。而且夸张的是，他仅仅用上一分，应该是捡来的还是队友的一把正义？这应该是开始自己的一把正义啊，有点夸张。这分一拿，就 AG 丢的2分，就是我看就已经是我。
I'll get to it later. I didn't tweet about it. Oh, you're right. I'll get to that later as well. I want to get used to like actually focusing full time on the games when I'm doing co-streams. Otherwise, it's going to build bad habits when I'm broadcasting live as well. Del, does this not bother you? Oh, I guess you don't see it, but we do. Almost gets him. Counter fault line. That'll push him off. 但这一分感觉 DRG 有点被赶压的上架，赶到 A 区去了，但 A 区人很少，只有棒他一个人。Chooses to give up space. That smoke's not great, by the way. They can swing out from 2 different angles at any point in time. He will escape it. But you could tell that was a very kind of haphazard smoke. Oh, okay. That's a good jump fake to fake his direction. At the end of the day, it's an easy entry into the site. HL's not doing too much. They are all stuck in the back, though. I'd be very concerned. Wait, how is Nick still alive? Is Rolling Thunder? I like this. I like it. Yeah, if you can equalize 1 more kill, it buys you time. It's a good split-second decision. You need to get rounds right now. All gamers. I mean, going for it initially, I don't blame you. It's still a 1v2, so you probably wanted to go for it now, but now you know you don't have time, and he gets caught. Yeah, I feel like the UI is sometimes delayed, so I don't know which shot dart didn't do as much as I thought, but
AG 做了一个很激进的行为，他们选择把 A 区弱侧放掉，再来打回防。但其实造击杀之后轰那个惊雷卷地，就 Nick 他确实放技能真的都蛮关键的。刚才这一分，只能说雷击剑不是以前的雷击剑啊，一根其实现在只有75的伤害。就如果他够精准，刚刚那2块雷击剑可能就没有后续的残局了。对，3个人全部挤在一坨，吓人，一小块。但7比9的比分，现在 AG 没钱了。 Monk 吃了一个点哦 ，A 区打得还蛮激进的，但不要小瞧5把正义啊，这是 ASE 的eco局，给大家留下了很深的印象。那到了当前的 AG 之后，这队员们的基本功也是很扎实的。高速通道，闪电弹球，2个闪电弹球全交。So， 左边没人，拿小技能来换血量，我觉得这个结果是能接受的。
Jeez, that's a fast entry. Plant within 20 seconds. Well, attempt.
队友的职责，而卢克也是打的 Fire。那感觉这个残局难了呀。 其实，在枪械劣势、毒点和前压形成。
Newsmaster, I have not yet.
进入到 B 区，以 B 区的这个地形和枪械的优势 ，AG 是
But I think it's going to be Paper X DRX.
如果他把点站住，然后自己是枪械优势的话，他
That may not necessarily be my predictions, but if I had to bet, I would bet Paper X DRX. If I had to do my own pick'ems, I would do Paper X DRX. I think there's a chance. T1. I mean, there is a chance for both. I think Gen G has a much smaller chance than T1, just because, like, stylistically, I feel like Gen G is going to have a rough time, and like, unless Lakia really shows up, which he did a little bit, you know, during play-ins, I think it's going to be rough. What's your opinions on Zeta given certain Icebox events? It was just so disappointing to see Zeta regress, and I'm not sure. Like here, in terms of like comp and map pull and all that, I'm willing to forgive that, right? Like I imagine, you know, they just don't feel as comfortable on the other maps. Like fine, I get it. Like whatever's going on with their breeze and scrims, clearly they're very afraid of it, and like I get it, that's fine. Having a permaban in kickoff with a new roster is not the end of the world. He did not know that he didn't get out at all. That's unfortunate. But I just feel like I don't know, they started playing so scared, and like somebody on that team needs to tell the rest of them, other than Deb, that they should stop playing scared. Don't you think Gen G had to show too much? I think that's a big part of it. I mean, that's the thing, is that their style already favors DRX in my opinion, but then on top of that, they had to show a lot. And I have to imagine DRX is not going to let that slip. And I feel like Texture's carry power, Texture and then Meteor picking up when Texture drops off is not enough against DRX. Just, again, because stylistically, but also like Buzz performance just as well. Flashback has been proving that his aim is really good. Mako's there. Like, there's a lot of people on the side of DRX to bail them out of those situations as well. So I think Gen G's gonna have a real rough time of it. T1 versus Paper X, I think stylistically absolutely favors Paper X, because T1 also is kind of like, let's just meet wherever they are and fight, and like dump our utility to win the fight. Like T1's like, let's duel, but we want to have the advantage in the duel. So I think that favors Paper X, but I think T1's firepower can match Paper X on a good day, like the overall team. That's a good anti-flash. Oh, and he was holding far from the corner too. Smart from Bunt. Unfortunately, it's taken down, but well, it'd have to be Sake instead of Soju, but that might not be a bad idea.
好像DRG剩的一手协同吧，就他们近点 Look 一倒地，其实我还蛮担心的，但后续的队友瞬间的发力补位跟上了，他没有给到 AG 去用终极技能来返场的机会，这也算是抓了一些回防的时间差吧。而且 AG 的回防是有一点点着急的，后面一个上去补。 对，就因为他们其实现在只是处于一个比分领先，其实又不是很多，但其实又是一个对方起势然后被追分的情况。就对比上半场他们自己握住占据节奏的那种接架的感觉，就完全不一样。马上来到整场比赛的第20分，这一分非常关键，因为 AG 在这一分是能所有人提到长枪，但下一分就没多少钱了。对。而这把狙究竟何去何从呢 ？DLP 得思考了，怎么样不打回防，怎么样用自己的晚焰火去创造点击杀的收益。 所有人都没有什么存款了，梦可花完之后，现在只有1000块，而 Sornai 也只有350的存款。对，但你要注意到有一点啊，就 DRG 其实他前几分赢下来掉的枪也蛮多的，他们的存款不是很多哦，这意味着这一分可能会成为图一在下半场的一个转折点。
You can tell it's 4 a.m. when he makes a Korea in Japan. I'll forgive you on the Sake Soju debate. DRG's ult economy is looking good enough to try to come back. Obviously, notwithstanding all gamers having all of theirs. Man, you wonder what the, like, in DRG's shoes, what's the answer to the enemy having all the tools? They have an op, then they still have the showstopper, so they can still send the Raze in first for a retake. They have the Rolling Thunder to delay and or push out on a retake. And because they have Showstopper, they could go in with the Showstopper clear sight and then Rolling Thunder and push you out, right? So DRG needs a lurk. Like, they need a lurk and or an early pick onto Razor Breach to feel comfortable. They draw Thunder's Fury early. Ooh, doesn't tag anyone. That's kind of big. Yeah, I would be very surprised if Story9 was convinced that they were going to A. He started that rotate. I think they heard the footsteps from B main now, so now they know, but... Oh, dude, what? Dude, that... Rolling Thunder boost to dodge the... What? That's insane. I mean, we saw the jump from Lakia yesterday, but holy cow. Yeah, I think it was their own Rolling Thunder as well. I mean, I don't think it was intentional. I don't know, though. There was a lot of time. I mean, maybe it was attempted. I can't imagine it was like entirely calculated, but yeah, that was their own. That's crazy. Oh, that feels bad. Yeah, that's a timeout. That's a timeout moment right there.
把握不住，把握不到这个 DRG 这个进攻节奏，我不太确定你什么时候要去完成近点，或者说以一个什么样奇异的姿势飞过来把我给杀掉，这确实是挺意外的。
That is rough.
第一局空了，然后第二是装晚焰火的，他没有用惊喜翻腾直接取消。
Okay, so
所以我们看着他这个晚焰火第一时间没有射出去，但是等他射出去的时候
they somehow even out on the ults. They use the Rolling Thunder and they draw out all three powerful ones from the other side. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, and Hunter's Fury. I mean, that's if there's a comeback moment, it's that. It's right there.
再一点 ，A 区那个 elbow 是一个非常狭隘的点位。 就他晚夜火甚至有能轰2个的机会，他如果往后轰说不定都可以，但他轰的是卢克的脚下，都被这个所谓将错就错的惊雷卷地给骗掉了。
Yeah, the op shot miss hurts too.
降临在 DRG 这边了。
And now DRG's in a really good position. They still have overdrive.
没意思，这个暂停。
Now Hunter's Fury. And now, I mean, you could use the overdrive to just get the second slide instantly as well, even though you have a Vandal. They heard the camera get installed, but it doesn't look like he's going to activate it, so they don't quite know. This is way more people than you bargained for, but he gets the one that he wouldn't have expected. If it, like at all. And dude, Rukashu is nasty with it.
卢卡数已经不是第一次在这个位置造这样的多杀了，就上一个那个正义的发挥还历历在目呢。而这一回也是云淡风轻啊。 上一回是用正义更高的
He reminds me of someone. Like a celebrity.
轻松开刷，但现在更多的压力会落在 AG 这边。
I'm not being racist, I swear.
已经没有办法再跟队员们去沟通了。现在绝大部分的重担都会。
All right, so now they want just Fury.
怎么样去调整？
Dude, Vikashu's 22 and 14. I mean, I guess Bunch is 24 and 15, so you can't really complain, but.
这分还是有狙，而这分狙的话。 是有 B 通帮忙勾的，这 B 通就是先打寻地剑，然后骗你一些技能。
Do I think EDG is good enough? They haven't. Did they play yesterday? I gotta imagine they were. Do they play tomorrow? I mean, I don't know how they're gonna look in kickoff. Obviously, they were very burnt out, both in terms of actual mental status and like playbook. So if that remains the same, then yeah, I think like going into playoffs but not going far is likely. But I think they'll have they play on 25th. Okay. So I won't be able to watch that live because we'll have our finals. That's unfortunate. But I do think I mean, I think especially with the increased competition in China now, they should improve enough. Paranoia countered by some other stuff, their own smokes and the fast lane. The Hunter's Fury is good too, and Vikashu is just so good. Another 3K. But it's the carry on the other side. Oh, finally hears it. Okay. Ooh.
他没有想到尼克自始至终都在。
I didn't get to watch the first one either, DJ.
12比10的比分，DRG反超比分。AG 当前是陷入到了一个经济极大劣势。
So unfortunately, I don't know.
对方2个局点没有容错的情况。想想办法，这端把4000去打回防，对吧？钱又花出去了，分又没换回来。
Lukaku's very good.
现在好像就只能去打前压，但你打前压，你必须要解决的一个矛盾点，就是对方那个我们刚刚在赛前聊到最尖的那个盾，枪很硬的WillChobra，你要怎么管他？
The thing is I feel like AG is shaken up a lot more by DRG's attack. Like they push one side and then they pull to the other. It's been fairly consistent. And you imagine that if that's the trouble you're having, you should try to keep like a bit more mid control.
不同的一个防守策略了。
对，而且我觉得你要关注一下这一分他们整支队伍的小技能。
Are you on the desk on either of the playoff days? I am not. I will be co-streaming the semifinals tomorrow, or most of it. I have a separate stream for Samsung and T1 at night, so if the matches go too long, we might have to cut it off in the middle. And then for the finals, I will be casting the finals of Kickoff for Pacific. A full ult round, I'm telling you. I mean, that's a round that like spells a comeback. I mean, not just the mental of it, but just the ult economy, the credit economy, like everything gets broken by that one round because they dump everything they had. Like that was a round you were just never meant to lose. That's a good relay bolt. He hasn't cleared it though. He just assumes that they would have shown movement, and that's unfortunate. Dingwei comes in. It's the good timing on the main push though. The pinch, they commit to it, so that's good. Cross angle, doesn't quite check for it. 2v2. You did have a flash, you don't have it anymore. Right, you know his location, Dingwei. Wow, just having full faith that he's not going to get peeked from the left side. Okay, now he checks on the timing. Doesn't happen. So now he wants to check for a 1v1, but he swings a bit too wide. You should co-stream America's games. If they are going on when I wake up, I will watch them live, but otherwise I will scrub through those VODs happily. And also, I just don't have to commit to waking up at that time. Also, it's just like so much Valorant and so much talking that I would need to do. I'm gonna try to do a much better. Like last year, I kind of only kept up with like comp changes, etc., results, and then I would only look into their actual plays, like leading into a Masters and such, like the teams that made it, because I would be casting them in Korean. But this year, I'm gonna try to keep up with it a lot more. But it's so much because I want to keep up with a lot of the Challengers leagues. The priority for me is VCT Pacific, VCT China. And then Challengers, like Pacific sub-regions, and then America's EMEA. So unfortunately, America's EMEA is kind of bottom of the barrel. Oh, the ace was an OT for RB? I mean, good for him, man. Glad he's putting up results on the scoreboard.
24个回合拉满的情况下，能用的进攻战术基本上都用过了。
这样地图本来就不好进攻。
对，3个轻甲，一把害灵都出来了，天哪！这 Monk 为了给队伍
keep up Pacific America's only. I mean, if you're a fan, like if you're keeping up with 2 of the 4 VCT regions like regularly, I think that's already like more than enough. I think that's so rough. I mean, it's exciting, but it's hard. Notwithstanding time zones, but it's just like when the games are happening, it's a lot of games. Obviously, there's downtime in between, but I think Bunch's trying to fake that he left with the jump, but well, that paranoia lets them know that you're still here. Now they've seen you for sure, and they're just checking corners before they swing. Oh, dude, that spray transfer. That's over. I mean, Vukashu's nasty. Yeah, and I wanna play / watch, like regularly watch another esport. When 2xKO comes out, it'll probably be that, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, if you also have fans you're fans of, then teams you're fans of, then obviously that's like the better way to do it, is to strictly follow those across different regions and then kind of just, yeah, drone out the rest. It's not the first time we witnessed a Korean superstar make a hero play to stop JDG from winning. Did you buy any team capsules? Not yet. I like logged in to check them out briefly before I went to the studio yesterday. Oh, the Phoenix figure is kind of cool. I'm not really into any of the other figures, but those are expensive, man. The Killjoy one's like, that's a cute highlight. The Killjoy one's like $200, so they're probably all $200. Opinion on RQ bundle. I actually have strong opinions about the RQ bundle, so I'm going to buy an RQ bundle. I want to support them. I'm gonna buy it. I like the classic. I think within Pacific, I think the classic is in the top half. Like it's not like blowing me away and something to write home about, but I like it. I think it's nice. I like the colors, etc. Obviously that just comes with the team colors, but I like the design. But the RQ capture card, I'm losing it. Sorry, chat. The player card, I'm just like the player card. It almost feels like that player card, they were focused more on what it would look like if it was hung up as a banner in Arena, which I think would actually make it look better. But as a player card, it's not doing it for me. But then the icon is kind of doing it for me. I think the icon's clean. So, you know, I like 2.5 parts of the bundle. No, AG didn't look horrible. I thought this might be worse, but I think AG looks pretty decent. I think their defense was a little rougher. Their macro was a little worse on defense, but they're calling in English. Like fully in English. So I'll probably buy RQs. I'm like thinking about if do I want to buy one more or not. I might buy. I mean, DRX's is clean. T1's is probably my favorite in Pacific. T1's is probably my favorite. Paperx, I really like the classic. I'm like not a big fan of the player card. I like the concept, but I don't like the rendition of it.
但那些绝大部分的长江经济都是他省下来的，这个非常非常的关键。
Zeta, I actually don't like any part of the Zeta bundle much. I think DFM the classic is clean. I think the player card is bad. I think the RQ one is meant for chamber mates. I mean, then that would make sense. Yeah, so they are hung up at the arena, which is cool. Like that's cool. Yeah, Vukashu friggin' wrecked this game. For cards, telling Leviathans is cool. I mean, the thing about, but there's certain teams where it's like very stylized and like big on the whole mascot and all that. So that's like you either like that or you don't. I'm more on the I like that style, so like I think that's cool. I also do think it's cool that teams really try to focus on like having their own theme and their own story. So in that sense, like I get RQ's, I get their direction. I just don't like it for the card. But you know, I do like that because teams are trying to cater to their like own fan base and build their own fan base. So I think it's cool. Overall, the ideas are very cool. Sen? I mean, I think Sen's is. I mean, you could say it. Maybe it feels lazy, but I think it's clean. Yeah, I can't. I haven't looked too closely at the classics for the other regions. I looked at most of the player cards. Do you think DRX would have won against Paper Rex if they paired with them? Ooh. I think this edition of DRX should definitely have a shot again. And Paper Rex still hasn't really gelled completely. I don't think Paper Rex is at 100% for this roster. Obviously DRX isn't either, but DRX versus Paper Rex in the semis? I mean, hey, I think there's a good chance we'll see them in the finals, so we'll find out. You think T1's greater than DRX? See, I was in that party before we actually saw them, but then my eyes were open to Flashback. The crazy thing is I'm still in the camp that, like, I'm still backing Izu as the future. I really like Izu as a future prospect. But you just cannot deny the pure mechanics of Flashback. So no matter how, and the thing is like I don't know, Stacks sometimes has really low points. He hasn't yet in kickoff. He's been doing fairly well actually, but Stacks and Foxy have shown some pretty big low points. So I guess I can't compare that, because I was gonna say, like, I think Carpe needs to get a bit more consistent, like not the hero plays. I think we just need more consistency from him if we want T1 to really be able to like compete against the best teams.
图2是主 C 使用截锋的一个亚海全城，这张地图的话，其实也是非常古老的一张地图了。在上一个之前的图纸里面，可能还和隐士修索是最古老的2张地图，但隐士修索现在是被移出了。
Missed the DRX versus Talon matchup. Was Flashback that crazy? It's not. Well, it's just that he has very like his movement is very good, and not in that like he like. It's not necessarily that his swings are good, it's just the tempo at which he repositions mid-fight to reset his aim is crazy clean. It's crazy clean. And we just haven't seen that style of aiming much in Korea. So it's very impressive. Why isn't it optimal to find 5 of the best aim lab crayon punchers and mold them into flex players for long-term prospect? No, I think it's a good idea. I think it's just hard. I think you need a really good coach, and you need the right personalities that are willing to do that. I think you need those players to like prioritize becoming that. I mean, that is what DRX is doing. That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, I guess other than Flashback, I don't think Flashback was a duelist main, but Maka was a duelist main. Buzz was a duelist main. Obviously, he's back to duelist, but they had him flexing around and playing Sentinel for a long time. RB was a duelist main. Foxy was a duelist main. And like, they were just like aimer duelists, so... I didn't get to see it, Sean. I didn't get to see it, but supposedly RB did well. We've only started co-streaming from the second match.
也不排除有像铁臂这样的英雄的上场。之前 NWG 以及 DRX Stacks 有拿过铁臂，而且像 FunPlus 这样的队伍也有自己的研究，像是那个应该是魁驰加幽影，对，他们也有一些的一个
Give me 1 second.
个人队伍的一个风格。我很期待 AG 的阵容，真的，就有没有那么常规，或者说出现一些小小的改变，新的阵容、新的体系。我记得啊，之前很早之前，我觉得小火龙在这张地图好像会拿一些其他的英雄。然后前2天我是看美洲那边，好像是 Loud 他用了一套全新阵容，有7个闪，7个闪，对，包括因为他的主 C 是不死鸟，他有不死鸟那一套，然后他是不带他是有 KO， 然后还有铁。
铁臂 KO 不死鸟，闪光非常的粗。Speedfire 他是玩了一个截风，然后这之前 EDG 那一套。 EDG 对 EDG 那套里面就没人玩 KO， 然后他们是让
What is this? Sent? Oh, but we got Reina on Delve. I'm excited for this. Although I'm like not excited for Reina without Sky, Fade. Well, not even like she just works so well with Sky. I'm not excited for Reina with like anything else that pairs well with her, which would be like a Harbor, a Sky, a Gecko, and a Raze, and a Viper. So I'm not sure how I feel about this, but it is exciting. I mean, also if you're just fragging out, then why is it so much easier for Paper X players to flex? I mean, I think it's partly the way whatever Alice is doing to convince them to do so. But I think they're also just like, so first of all, they play compared to relative to other pros, they play high sense. And so they're just looking like their aim is not reliant on the agent they play, right? Because the style of their aim is much more like in your face running. It's like always very chaos based and trying to just create other angles and push for momentum and things like that. I think that partly has to do with it. It has to. And so they're also, most players are just on that team are like never really looking for the right angle and the right spot, right? They're always just kind of adapting on the fly already. But the thing is the real question is how long can Paper X keep that up? Because obviously you started with this roster coming into Valorant, and now you've switched out, well, initially you switched out Shiva for Jing, and now you switched out Jing for Magnet and Benkai for something, but you know, something somewhat fit that. He's trying to expand his flexibility. And now Magnet, we know he's flexible, but we know he can be aggressive, but can he keep up with that same style? It awaits to be seen. But the real question becomes, afterwards, like when you have to switch out players, like at some point, perhaps, Divide or Forsaken. Like that's my big question.
但是 A 区已经形成4架枪械了，这40秒钟，如果 A 机不转点，压力非常的大。
No, the whole Reina thing is just like, so here's the thing. The reason I'm not a fan of this Reina comp is because this is the ranked Reina comp, where like the Reina literally like just needs to get kills to provide value. Now, if your entire team is fragging out, then it might not matter. But dude, Fukashu is so clean. But this is a comp where the Reina like cannot be set up for success. You know what I mean? The reason Reina was working well on certain maps was because if you're like the most ideal scenario is you have at least like one wall-based smoke, so like a Viper or Harbor, and then you have like the Sky and the Raze, or the Sky and the Gecko, or the Gecko and the Raze, or something like that, where you have so many projectiles that the layer provides so much value. And so at that point, you can get a kill, right? Like you're setting the Reina up for success. It's a big commitment, but that's one of the reasons why some of these Reina comps worked. But now it's like, I mean, obviously you're going to provide value if you win the fight, but now like you literally have to win the fight.
虽然被敲了头，但是还是将梦给击杀掉。没办法，这不敢起正义，你这怎么办嘛
？Also, my YouTube is still flickering, so I'll try to fix that after this match because I think they have long breaks in between.
卢克，但蟒侠有个很致命的缺点，就是他换子弹特别超慢，所以没办法，先退了，先找到博卡鼠。
Wasn't it Luke who missed his off shot too because he was moving in that last map? I think it might be. Luke might not be our opper. Might not be the opper we were waiting for. I do like that All Gamers is on full classics though. I do like that Dingwei is also okay. Backing off.
好消息是 AG 没有起枪，所以他们下一分应该是有一个3900的经济的，就把甲量给补起来。所以这数位和蟒侠的威胁性稍微往下降了降，但是蟒侠翘头也是死人的，也是会掉的。你时刻需要小心。Luke 现在在疯狂击刷自己的手感，
对，而且你保不齐踩个什么纳米弓群啊、碎片溢出什么之类的，
对，很麻烦。
剩1名敌人。
看下一分吧。而且你会面对一个很尖锐的问题，就是你其实安包的次数不多嘛，起了一个全甲小技能就少了，这也挺尴尬的。
哎，卢克，这个和蟒侠没什么关系，就是他单纯准
，800大于2400。
对，
感觉正义这把枪确实有奇迹在的。
我看说，就卡这个小缝。
他这个位置是一个。非常规预瞄位，就很少。
Team Secret, they looked, I mean, they looked recovered.
一般都第一时间是看小到数位的位置。
对，而且对于他的反应力来说，他只需要1枪。
They really gave Gen G a run for their money. Either team could have won that.
可以无责任的去退到 A 点里面。
对。
I think Team Secret still has some glaring weaknesses. Oh. Lear was pretty late for that. I mean, they wanted to chase the Silva. A little too close, maybe? Dingwei's good with the Bulldog. Now they're trapped. I mean, this is your buy round. You need to fight through this. Okay. I was going to say, surely you don't slow peek out 1 by 1. Already very costly. 3 guns dropped, 1 full armor dropped.
先安个包再说，但是下一颗烟差20秒 ，TZH 有一颗暗眼，这个暗眼是一个机会，但是斯沃奈那个寻敌剑很要命哦，他的释放时机以及他对于先锋位的技能是很熟练的。
And he's just checking every corner, especially considering that he's definitely has the call that Bunt is low. Dude, that first shot almost gave him a chance. Because he knew exactly where to pre-fire.
2打4，我真的惊出一身冷汗，就差一点就没了。但结果是好的，虽然掉了3把枪，但分数是拿下来了。
对，这一分第2季。
I think the good news that we saw from Team Secret once they regained their footing is, I think Jeremy is finding his stride, so that's good. Jesse's utility continues to be very excellent. Envy is Envy, like that's all good, but other than Jeremy, these are somewhat known values. I think their weakness is still going to be like if they just didn't have time to prep. Did he get blocked? Or was that the wall? Looked like he couldn't get through. What? Oh, okay. Because she's like freaking out. We're all like, what? I like the door closed. They don't have any utility for mid though, so giving the op away from them is fine. He doesn't want to use it. That's fine. It's little things like that that could make or break. Yeah, that's one of the biggest weaknesses is that they're great at counter-stratting and they're great at like throwing curveballs to a team they've figured out, but they're not great at like finding their own stride and tempo yet. Oh, he got pinged. He's dropped. This has to be up to Vukashu. Never mind. I doubted Dingwei, and I would be wrong. Oh, he caught a glimpse of him, yeah. Okay, so they know they didn't stick it. Fragment and default. Dude, that reload almost kills him too.
Bunt 收获了3杀，但最后由于近点创造的人数优势，第2季还是稳住了。他们刚刚那个暗眼其实推的不是很好啊，一个 TCH 那个暗眼，就是他那个角，他那个方向是对的，但角度低了一点。如果他正面推过去的话，感觉能黑2个。
感觉他这个暗眼刚好是推到了就船坞右边这个门上面，但是他这个贴箱子的人和船坞最右边的人都没有推到。
对对对，这个就稍微有点可惜，但结果上还是稳住了。虽然说偏防守吧，这张地图，但是3比1，现在经济上。第2季是已经把握住了，
而且
喊暂停。
而且有一个点啊，就是他少了
I think Jeremy needs to be a little more crazier as a duelist player. I mean, I would give him some time. I think he's trying to find his own spot within the team of like how much he can test his limits. I think he was popping off yesterday. I don't know. I was satisfied enough with what I saw from Jeremy during kickoff. Outside of the first day, which none of the players on Secret looked good. I think Jeremy's performance satisfied my hopes. So I think it's worth it to continue to have hopes for him throughout the rest of the year. The real question is, again, is the calling. Is once they've prepped and like if it's a team they know the style of, whether it's just hard reads on the counter strat or whether it's just the adaptation from round to round, like it's there. They know how to throw off the enemy team. But because of that, Secret is so momentum based, right? Like if they lose the confidence, their default into call, like they're calling from defaults is not very good in my opinion, and it's always been true in the past year in VCT. So I think they'll still need to fix that. I think that's one of the things where they peeked out early for okay, I thought he got both. Oh, dude, he went for the right target too. He's very good. Yeah, chasing forward on that with the operator, maybe not as crazy. I mean, that's... Dude, that first showing from Secret as this round is pretty much over. That first showing from... Actually, this round is not as... Well, okay, Sword 9's pretty low too, so never mind. It's pretty over. But that first match from Team Secret was so bad that I was like, this can't possibly just be jitters. Like, something just has to be breaking down in this team that I just don't know about. Like, this team is just donezo. I just couldn't fathom that would be a matter of like warming up and getting used to it, even though because the other thing is you only had one new player, right? So it's like, man, if any team was not supposed to be like that on opening day, it was Team Secret. And then they just bounced right back, so I was like, okay. I mean, granted, Governor also having the game of his life, so that probably has something to do with it, but that was not checked. Bun's just chilling. Yeah, but their last 2 days were good. So, like, I mean, apparently it was first day something. I mean, who knows exactly what, but they bounced right back to like what I expected of them, which was just close enough to like punch above their weight at all times. Is Bleed the worst team in Pacific? Hard to tell, just because DFM's second outing was so much worse than their first, and Zeta also continues to look lost. Granted, no matter how lost Zeta looks, they're like never the worst team in Pacific, so... Ooh, that's still angled very well. He eats that to still peak. It's a good limit test, though, because he knows that the turret's going to shoot 3 times before anyone turns, so he kind of uses the 3-round burst as a timer for himself. Yeah, I mean, NDG, apparently it was judged, because that dude, like, in that game against Talon, I think part of it was also, again, Governor just popping off, and you could just tell, like, NDG just could not figure out his way around the map on that first day. But yeah, statistically, DFM continues to be the worst team in Pacific, which is very unfortunate. And from what I saw, it's just like I said in my video, which if you haven't checked it out, feel free to go check it out, because now having seen their official matches here, my opinion does not change. Is that May's good, but they play in a way where they're playing for Dude, what are you doing? I don't think it was a misclick, but... I mean, thankfully for DRG, All Gamers this comp is bad, and the DRG is probably going to win this map anyway, and the match. But yeah, like DFM still plays this like, I don't know. They like are trying to play to set up May, but like no one else can really follow up on the trades. Good repositions from AG.
克双3杀到手。
哎呀。 出失误了，这不知道怎么圆。
卢克他其实就是很简单，他想要狙一枪，然后用这个凌空。
I mean maybe he thought he had a dash. I don't know.
第二是刚好飞起来的时候，有几个人在看自己。
我刚刚在想
I'm not sure what happened, but
是不是想跳起来给队友拉下枪线，让队友
maybe he thought he had blades again. I'm not sure.
按一下，或者说顺势飘回2楼也是有可能的。但最后结果就
Do you think Global will change comps on Bind? I think they need to change comps on Bind. I mean, if they showed me anything to even give me an inkling of belief, I would always give the benefit of the doubt, but no. The thing about G is I really feel like they probably have some great moments in scrims, and I feel like it's because hold on, let's watch this. The Lear under the one-way. They're going for the Hunter's Fury, but it gets shut down thanks to the null commands. That's a good response from Nick. They already have the lurk on B, so they're not going to plant anyone in A main. Curious to see if Nijao is going to try to peek out with a one-way. They are pretty low, both Nick and Nijao, so makes sense that they wouldn't. Luke gets the first kill. He has his dash prepped. That's good. Oh, that's a good angle. He's going to stay for a third, man. You don't expect the third. No. Okay. Dude, what is up with these Jets and thinking they'll have all the time in the world to land back into their cloudburst? I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as picking on Twitch, but I feel like their comps probably worked well in scrims. Now, whether it's because like other teams are not playing well or whatever, like forget the reason. Just imagine if. So basically, I feel like they were allowed to do their executes and their set plays in scrims, and we saw a couple rounds of that. Not on Bind, but we saw a couple of it on the other maps. And when that happens, it's great, but I feel like they only really had practice with like the plays that they had prepped, and the moment they lost a player or lost some utility that they hadn't planned, or you know they get counter utility in a way they weren't expecting, things like that, they just GE also started to look lost, which is a very unfortunate side effect of playing a execute heavy style and comp. So, I mean, again, this is conjecture, so who knows if it's the actual reason, but if that is the case, hopefully they identify that. And, like, purposely even got the hit on Sword 9, just didn't get that shot. Good recovery on the Vandal, though. Yeah, they're able to fix it, because that's a dangerous rabbit hole to fall into.
一把英雄数位给到死窝奈也不是没有机会。小火龙的正义。
Oh wait, it was Luke twice in a row, wasn't it?
看这个兄弟剑了
，AG 在等，因为他知道陆克很有可能还会再压出来。陆克现在。
No, I think what he thinks is he can updraft and do the triple Lutz to dodge all the bullets, and then he'll land in his cloudburst, and he'll buy even more time to survive. I think. Which is a very optimistic way to look at Valorant. Backups here. They need to get the kills. Well, they got the first. Oh, Paranoia. I don't think it hits the Jet. Dude, what is this guy? Dude. Dude, where did Vukushu come from?
巨人的发挥非常的漂亮，而且后续小火龙其实那把数位的2发回马枪，让我们看到了一些残局的曙光。但是我他说，关键
Rebels Gaming
真的太能兜了。
Oh, you guys are gonna love this. He was on a team called Crypto Esports.
压力其实还蛮大的。对。
Spain?
怎么说？
中路支架，小型无人机在看。
He was playing in Spain?
没有 KO 的话，你确实没办法，你只能在这叫小型无人机。中路有人，卢克狙掉对手，但是 Speedfire 立马把卢克给狙掉。
其实不亏，哎，这把狙
His teams are like all over the place.
DRG 应该是打不了的。
Started on a Russian squad.
这是一个必听键，但是照不到。
Alongside no names that I recognize. Then he was on a mixed European roster.
这一血的伏笔很尖锐哦。
No, it was another Russian team.
那现在可以进点安装爆能器了呀。
就他这个纳米蜂群全面封锁。
Oh, and then he moved into like Spain and mixed Europe.
如果能够安全安包，就可能会。
That's crazy.
爆能器已部署。
那看了眼经济，骑了把4007，要不宝马狙。
Wait, he wasn't.
他那个全面封锁纳米蜂群拖时间，你怎么清啊？
What?
完全清不了了。
我看叔想了想，应该是准备保狙了。我好像看到卢克拼信号了，他直接拼了一下，哥们儿
在那儿。
对，市场捡一下。
OK，
你很关键。
瓦狙情景剧，但是想了一想
Trying to figure out this guy's entire history here.
浑身是胆，我来操作一下，但是没办法。这9分下来 ，AG 拿了个3分，DRG 拿了个6分，其实还行。按照常规的思路来说，这张地图先打进攻4分应该是一个及格分，4分4-8就能玩了，5分的话就其实蛮不错的。
Not a team with
在我们这儿，就进化者系列开始3分。
Brave.
等一下
Brave AF.
是看到了枪管吗？啊，孟克，
我这一扭头狙没了，什么情况？
穿了一下，而且是穿头，我不确定。
Interesting.
昨天也看到了这种2楼。
I don't know how they picked him up, but he's good.
很难看到枪管的，好像。
这给的回放是。
와이너프님 안녕하세요.
因为无畏区它是一个极度讲究。
Did they just updraft again?
所以大家对于狂徒的压枪啊什么的就没有点头收益来的那么高。哎，狙也没保住，这一分要打前压的话，对方进攻狙是名牌，你怎么办嘛？
摩卡说，无甲狂徒又来了。
Honestly, if All Gamers gets
陌不陌生呢
well, they're about to, but if they get 4 in the half, I think that's a big success considering the comp. Granted, I guess it's even worse for defense, but
现在感觉 AG 醉翁之意不在酒，他们的 B 区感觉更
도대체가 레이나를 왜 이해가 안 돼요.
但这4把争议1把狂徒。
There is this crazy world that Vukashu with the Hero Vandal carries this round. You've got Lockdown, you've got Hunter's Fury. He's not in a great place to use Lockdown, but you do have Silva standing there. Honestly, I'd love it if they had lineups for the Fragment for the Lockdown so that he can focus on... Well, I guess you could just send the Fragment here if you hear the Lockdown coming, and then you send the Hunter's Fury to clear that out. That's probably actually better.
马上，他如果想要进的话，这个林念修他给他会很大压力，他放不了技能。
你们快跑吧！
真的还是假的呀？算了，我也放一个试试吧。暗眼一推
，4个全在这儿！
兄弟们，快来！
The lockdown, the Hunter's Fury is down. They did throw the frag though, the fragment. Wait, no, you're here, right? Okay. Oh, you're both detained. That's crazy. This is chaos.
天哪！场面上长达5秒钟的寂静，瓦卡叔解除竞技之后1v 的残局，他真的太稳了。不知道有没有机会去统计一下瓦卡叔的一个残局？
Dude, don't give me that look like it was all part of the plan. That's.
然后再2个配合唐哲浩。
This is crazy.
解除拉出来。
其实，在 BO3 开始之前，我们就聊了一个点，就是幸运永远不会辜负每个努力的人。就现在大家能够看到很多。 VCT CN 就是拿到我们起点赛的选手有这么稳定的一个枪法。
I mean, I told you there was a world where that happens, and it's exactly as I said. You throw the fragment to stop the entry. The Silva still dies, but they all think because the Silva's. I mean, for one, they should not have rushed that in. I mean, especially once they got the Silva, like all gamers could have just backed off. Luke's like always good for 1, but he's always good for exactly 1. And regarding the hot take that Paper X has different comps starting on, depending on which side they start on, I would not be surprised. Maybe not for every map, but for certain maps. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, they're not very set play heavy, right? So I don't think it would be as straining. Oof, that's unfortunate. 0. That's the spike. I think DRG can't believe it either. That headline was a little too high. Yeah, good Hunter's Fury. Gives you time to sneak around your own smoke or the enemy smoke.
掉的位置太深了呀，而且 Bounty 他如果有离魂还好，他离魂刚用完。
对，上半场应该是最后1分了吧？怎么办呢？8分到了，8分对于 DRG 来说已经够的了。
Yeah, Sunset is a good map where you could have different comps.
担心的一点就一方面是心态吧，他们图1小分1输，其实士气是很低迷的。再一点的话，在这样地图偏防守先打进攻的情况下，他们拿的分不是很高。
What's my take on something Euro? I mean, Forsaken is by far a better Euro, but does something provide enough value that and lets them do other things? Then sure.
这把 Spitfire 他依然是有狙，哎。 小型无人机看到了，标定到了。
Excuse all the yawning, by the way. I should go get some more coffee. Didn't get much sleep last night.
本来以为对手会发枪出来，
就是他前面还有个哥们儿，他前面还有个猛男。
Oh no. Okay, they shut down the arena. It's just Serena in this comp, man. I can't. Oh no. Idea's on a way to nerf Viper. You're asking the wrong guy, just so you know. I have infinite games on Viper. Although, I haven't played her in a little while because I got so sick of playing her. Because I played Viper so much. Also, I like to kind of keep things spicy for myself. Dingwei's pretty good too.
9比3啊！场中让一个教练好好跟剑九沟通一下吧。作为队内的智囊啊，就我们。
What? I have a conscience enough to know that there's nothing morally wrong with using Viper with a judge. There's nothing wrong with climbing ranks by using judges and stingers, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever gets you that kill, it gets you that kill.
而且 AG 这个阵容它不是特别好拉扯，因为如果你要拉扯，你要控中路。前面我们就
双烟嘛，像 Plus 一样。
So one's out of T1 or Paper X after one match. Yeah. So here's the thing: is that like. Yes, it's only one match in the semifinals. I mean, is there a world where they probably could have tried to do more? Yeah, if they could afford to do more broadcast days. Now, I don't know what the biggest concern was. I don't know if it was money. I don't know if it was like schedule. I don't know what it was. I can't speak for that. But what I will say is like I don't think we should be looking at this as I mean, it doesn't make it any better. Maybe it just feels like you're sugarcoating it, but right? I think there's a reason they were trying to call it Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, right? I think it was just meant to be like, here's a series of games to decide who goes to Masters Madrid. And yes, it's a big deal because it's a Masters, but Masters Madrid is also supposed to be smaller than Masters Shanghai or past Masters. So it's like, does that make it wonky? Sure. It does not make it easy to follow. It is not uniform, and it feels a little bit silly, but it is what it is. And it kind of sucks, but at the end of the day, the tension for this is the Master Department who makes it to Masters is going to happen at some point anyway, and I don't think that changes. So I am here to just take it as is. For taking a better harbor Euro, his harbor's fun to watch. I mean, he makes a lot of mistakes too on the harbor, but. Oh, I haven't actually. I played like 2 games on the new TDM map, actually. I should play some TDM again. T1 versus Paper X prediction. I think Paper X is absolutely the correct prediction to make in theory, but I think there's a world where T1 can do it. But T1 needs to win 2-0. I don't think they could win 2-1. I don't think they can. Pretend KO has a wall, 2 mollies, a smoke orb, and an ult that creates a smoke screen. Now imagine that KO has an 83% pick rate across all maps. How would you nerf KO? I would just pick KO. Checkmate atheists. He has not cleared that. He thinks he's safe, and Monk just started firing off on his fingers. The classic. Dude, that is a crazy dash into the site, by the way. And it did not pay off. Alright, Sword 9. Show me what you got. I mean, headshot for headshot. Oh my god. Sword 9 actually stabilized enough to try to get that kill.
DRG 还是砍下了关键分。我躺着好也笑。
I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, so in theory, probably Madrid should not have been in Masters, right? And that's probably how you cycle that. But at the end of the day, the winners of Madrid is also going to get 3 extra championship points. So it's like, there wasn't really a best way around this. I think basically what happened is they wanted to start this system of like championship points and 2 Masters, etc., etc. And for a number of reasons that I could not speak to because I'm not on the inside, it didn't pan out. Whether it was money, scheduling, whatever else it might be, it just didn't pan out. And so they just kind of tweaked it just enough that they felt that it could still happen and not be entirely ridiculous. And that's what we have for 2024. Listen, I know some fans are like, this round is just, surely nothing crazy is going to happen this round, right? I wouldn't be so sure with Fukushu being down to 15 HP, but they're going to calm down. So let's talk a bit more. I know some fans are saying like, well, they said last year that it would be fixed in 2024. It's like not fixed. And it's like, well, I mean, I think they, you know, I think they made changes that clearly were intended to go in a positive direction. Whether the actual result is not, oh my gosh, is a different question. So I'm willing to give it another year. But if in 2025 it just still feels like it's just a different coat of paint, then I think then it's worth speaking out about. But listen, I think we've all spoken our mind enough for like before things started, and I'm not saying like forget about it. I don't think you should entirely forget about it. I think you should bring it up at the right times when the discussions happen. But like now that we have games going, I think now is not the time to keep harping about it, right?
必须是把害灵这个信息拿到了，但是他是个全甲，他要赶紧下爆能器了，赶紧安装爆能器。2个人，一个回防，一个支援，两个人差不多是同一时间赶到。
So manually turning on and off toxins for Viper would absolutely be a nerf, obviously. But I think that's such a big part of her color.
尼克他家第1枪位，尼克他家第1枪位，尼克开枪，沃卡楚再打。OK， 沃卡楚，哎呦，烦死了！哎呀，2个人来回拉扯，难受啊，小火龙。DRG 应该是掉了2把枪吧？他掉了一把风刺，掉了一把风刺，掉了一把害灵。对，但是他们离自己的赛点很近了，就差1分。然后狂徒也在。
I don't know. I don't know what else you could do.
安包对吧？所以下1分。 真的是 AG 的最后机会了，加油啊，加油啊！我们还没有看到深寒东港呢，真的，我觉得 AG 要努力一下。都不是深寒东港，都没有看到过打满。
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the format deserves defending. I think it's a little wonky. I mean, obviously the biggest thing is just like how it's scrunched up into 6 months. So yeah, that's rough. They haven't checked it, so Spitfire's just gonna chill. I don't know if they suspect this spot from the 0 point. They still haven't checked it. They only barely check it because Spitfire takes a shot as he's blinded. That's unfortunate. I think he just panicked. But yeah, does it suck for the teams who got knocked out after only playing 2 games? Yes, absolutely. I think that kind of sucks. And I think more so than anything, I think it really sucks for the fans of those teams because you're like, yeah, I like waited 6 months to watch Bleed, and then they're out after 2 games, and you're like, yeah. And yes, you should still watch Masters because it's probably going to be really exciting, but your heart's probably not in it. Reyna Omen. So they're trying to play Reyna like a KO who provides no utility. I don't dig it. Listen, I'm not trying to be critical, but like I just want to see, like for instance, like Global, I said it on the caster of the desk. Global Esports' bind comp, I thought it was bad. However, I'm willing to wait to be proven wrong. I'm willing to wait and see. Or even if it doesn't seem as good, I'm willing to at least try to see why you picked it. if you can't show me in 2 matches, then I don't know what else to say. Right? And it's going to be the same thing for this Reyna. I'm being critical because I would love to see at least why. Other than, and I need another reason other than Delve usually frags. Because that entirely depends on your opponents along with yourself. The other problem is KO actually provides so much value. Like, there's a reason that it's not another initiator alongside Sova. It's just like you're taking out the KO. Like, your retakes are so weak compared to having a KO. Imagine if that Reyna right now was a KO that still had their full utility, just like the Reyna has right now. The number of things you could have done. Will I watch Liquid versus Na'Vi at 10 p.m. KST? Oh, that actually sounds like a lot of fun. But no. We will be watching all the China games, and then I don't have watch party rights for EMEA, so I will not be co-streaming that. I'll probably watch it as a VOD. I'll probably scrub through it. I think DRX clears Genji. I know a lot of people are thinking like DRX got such an easy bracket, so Genji, given how much they how strong they looked, should clear that. But first of all, Genji showed a lot. And second of all, I think stylistically DRX feasts on Genji's execute heavy style because that's what DRX used to do. And they're DRX had a fairly easy group just because they beat DFM once. But I don't know if Talon was like an easy opponent. I think they just did a really good job of shutting Governor down. You could molly logs, flash lane, flood stairs with KO, but instead you have a shootable blind. But you can disappear after you get a kill. Yeah, that's the other thing, man. One of the reasons Texture's career never took off is literally DRX. And a little bit of Solo. But now Solo's next to him to try to overcome that, so. We'll see. Match point. Bit of a slaughter here on Ascent. Not much more to be said from that. All gamers taking a risk of their lives, pushing out. Single Lear. The fact that this isn't a one-way should be very telling to DRG. Yep, and they are well aware. Paranoia at the ready. Pushes him back. That allows for an off angle from Nick. Oh my god, they're going to pop flash out of this. That's more targets than you bargained for, and they are all dead. You missed AG getting absolutely bonked. I'm telling you, man, RQ did have the group of death. RQ looked worse than I had hoped. They looked worse than I had hoped, so I'm not defending that. I think, you know, I had hoped that they would come in swinging near their peak, and it's very clear that they're going to need more time, and then the question remains on whether they can clean it up enough or not. But at the same time, they did have the group of death. Yeah, I mean, this is just utter destruction.
就是陆克他一个人给大家贡献了很多的看点，对吧？再一点的话，沃卡楚的枪法实打实的奠定了这两位双子星在第二季的一个队内地位。那对于 AG 来说，我觉得也不用灰心。就我能够很明显的感觉到，心理层面他们在图2是有吃了一些压力的。对，这一点的话，可能在今天的比赛就遭遇强敌之后有一个提升。
I honestly think the Reyna with the Harbor and Sky and Raze has legs. On, I mean, any map, but Ascent even. Like, not just because Paper X played it, but I think the way they played it, it had legs. I think it had legs. I don't have EMEA co-streaming rights. Maybe I should just apply for co-streams across all regions, but I mean, China, it's just open to public. So
也是把更加激烈的掌声送给第二季。今天确实是一场
Even ISO would be better than Reyna. I mean, that's the thing is that when ISO was released, I was like, if any team just wants to like just play Reyna, I think they should just play ISO. I think he provides more utility off the bat. But yeah, we will not be watching EMEA live. Also because there's another match after this. I'll probably watch it, actually, depending on how fast the next match is. Is G's problem still its firepower or something else? So since we're going to be going on a break here for China, we can talk a little bit about Pacific. GE's problem, I think there's several. Am I tired? I am, but it's only 8:45 p.m. But I just haven't slept much this entire week because of Pacific and then a couple other things that came up. Today was my wife's graduation from grad school, so I did wake up real early, but I didn't sleep until late last night because I did, after the show finished, had some postmortems here and there. So I am pretty tired. My voice is also just like really shot, which is why I may sound even more tired because I'm not using my voice much. But going back to GE, I think part of the problem is I think they're just like, I think they expect to be able to play their comp ideally. And I don't know if that's how it's been working out in their scrims, but that's just never going to be how it works out in a match. I think that's the biggest thing before you even debate the firepower. Right? It just feels like if they're allowed to walk up for free right up to the entry point of a site, whether it's on a retake or an execute, then it seems good. Then they seem to have some decent ideas. Then they seem to have a good way to take and post plan. But if that's not the case, if any one thing goes wrong, they start to look a little flustered. And I just don't think that's a good sign. Now, whether that's because of what I said or if it's just like a, I don't know, nerves thing, which I don't think is excusable for a team with that much experience, or players rather, and things like that. Who knows what the reason is, but... Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because Korean Valorant doesn't do that either. Or there's no blood on the headshot. Would Global be better if they had a full Indian team, or is this diverse team is better? That I cannot speak to confidently because I don't know the entire talent pool within India. I don't know. Don't you think Genji is dependent on texture too much? Secret on Bree shut him down well. I think it's too early to say that because you know, Meteor was still able to pick up a lot of the slack whenever Texture was not doing well or he was getting picked off, etc. But what is true is they are set play heavy, which means usually if you're going to play single duelists, you want at least your duelists to stay alive. So if Texture isn't popping off, they may need to reconsider Texture taking first contact until you get up to the site. So that could be something of discussion. I don't know why my YouTube does this. I'm sorry. And also, yes, Munchkin and Lakia, like, suddenly having the rounds of their lives once again really saved that match. I am of the opinion that those two, like people like to joke about Carpe saving his contract by getting those like clutches and aces and 4Ks, whatever, like during the off season. And maybe it's not that drastic, but like I don't know. To me, Munchkin and Lucky are not consistent enough for the praise that they get. I'm not saying that they should be like dumped from the team or like they're just not good enough for tier 1 in general, etc. But I do not think, I think they are overhyped is what I'm trying to say. I don't think they're consistent enough for the hype that they get. Now, when they peak, and they peaked that day. But that was that day.
今天我们能够确定一点，史无奈绝对是宝刀未老。对，他的战术、他的指挥、他的枪法。
No, I wouldn't say the weakness is texture. It's just a matter of like either you need to have like there's but the thing is that weakness of like, well, if you're going to play set play heavy, you want your primary duelist to stay alive. That can be remedied by a number of things, right? It can either be remedied with texture not always taking first contact to take control of an area. It can be remedied with better overall map control before you go for an execute. It can be remedied with backup executes that are still somewhat viable. Etc. etc. So, I mean, it can be remedied with double duelists if like Meteor plays duelist again. Like, there are other options. So, I wouldn't necessarily call it a weakness. I think it's too early to tell. But Texture did have a rough day yesterday during the play-ins compared to the rest of his other days, right? I wouldn't say it's a rough day, but Texture was not like the hard carry consistently through the entire match, and they still played decently okay.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自第二届的你找 TZH。
欢迎唐指导。那今天也是
Oh, he reads his entire name. He's out TZH.
那 DRG 作为我们2023年极具冲击力的一匹黑马。 在你的加入之后，你觉得有没有为队伍带来一些新的东西呢？
If RB was available early, surely Genji would have went for him. Actually, I'm not so sure about that.
在体系以及战术方面还有一些欠缺，整体的话比较还不够成熟。然后大家都知道，我之前来自一个战术队嘛，然后 Farmlas， 然后我尽可能的把我以前所拥有的经验，然后以及战术的东西带到。
But I don't know if I'd be so positive.
能通过长久的磨合，能给这个队伍
I'm gonna go get my coffee.
一个新的高度。
Actually, well, I guess there's no translation for this, so this doesn't really matter. I mean, who knows? Here's the thing: if a roster gets entirely revamped, there could be a number of reasons. It could be financials, it could be chemistry, it could be personality clashes, it could just be unknown things behind the scenes. I mean, it could just be that someone just farts way too much in the team house that others just could not handle it and they were getting intoxicated. Like, who knows? You know, the stories could go on and we would just never know. So when it's like an entire revamp, I mean, it's not worth getting hung up on. That's too specific. I don't know why that's the first thought that came to my mind. I wanted to pick out what seemed to be a slight possibility, but also the most ridiculous thing I could think of, and that was the example. But yeah, I don't think it's worth getting hung up on. I mean, listen, I think what you can say is last year's global esports roster had a lot of talent. End of story.
比较重要。当然，现阶段我更想把目标放在先冲出小组再说。
And here's the thing: I don't know if that necessarily itself was such a bad idea in the sense that I think Texture did just as fine on Sentinel.
有没有信心能够拿下他们呢？
有的。
And the other thing is, again, I think a big reason Texture's performing so well on Genji is because he has full faith that the guys behind him are absolutely going to trade if he dies, right? Because if you look at back when Texture was in D+, while he had great highlights and he played very well, it was not similar to this. Obviously, time has passed as well, but like, there were times when he was very clearly just kind of playing for his own success and not the team's success. I think Aaron did very well. I think Aaron was a good IGL. I think Aaron was another IGL where you could see the impact of his IGLing quite a bit. I'm fine in lightning fast too. Listen, I'm telling you, we first need to see them at a point where they're a bit more flexible. We need to see them not looking so reliant on the exact scenario they practiced coming to fruition, because I honestly feel like that's a big problem for them from kickoff. And until they fix that, it's hard to say if like the firepower really is a problem or anything else. I mean, again, who knows? Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my conjecture, is that they seem to rely way too much on the exact scenarios that they practiced coming to fruition. And again, in pro matches, unless you've like scrimmed just so ridiculously much more than every other team that you've run through all of the possibilities of the multiverse. It's just not always going to happen. So any other Pacific teams you want to talk about before this last game? So for anyone wondering, I think the Wolves roster is somewhat exciting. I don't know all the... I can't like dig deep into it because I'm not... my knowledge of the Chinese scene is very surface level, but... or the Chinese oceanic scene, I guess. But I think the Wolves roster is pretty exciting. But I used to be a huge Billy Glazer. And then their off-season performance has really made me a disappointed father of Billy. And so that's why we're excited about this third match. Oh, thoughts on Ye? I think it's... Listen, it would have been hyped to see him come out swinging as if he never really lost a beat, and his time on DSG was just a blip. But that did not happen. I do think in the first match, I think he did enough to prove that, like, you could still see the remnants of when he used to be called the best player in the world. I think that's the most you could have hoped for realistically. He does not look comfortable on these other roles, but, you know, again, supposedly he was having a little bit of trouble with his eyesight as well for whatever reason in the second match, so take that as you will. But, you know, if that's true, that sucks. I hope it's not an actual permanent problem. But aside from that, it is very clear he's not as comfortable on these other roles. But I actually think the Viper's, like, not ridiculous. I don't think the Viper's a ridiculous idea for Ye. Now, wanting to play for post-plant lineups, maybe a little ridiculous, but I don't think the Viper's as ridiculous. I would rather like Killjoy, but why does a team that beat REQ go so far? Last LCQ, it was Zeta, and then G. I don't know, man. I mean, I just feel like REQ is just like missing that 5% to like even try to showcase to the rest of the world what the actual potential is. Like, I feel like I'm going crazy talking about their potential because I can like see it in the way they play. I can see the theory of their potential in the way they play, but it just like isn't coming to fruition often enough. But again, roster changes, etc., etc. We'll wait to see. Yeah, Scary was looking a little bit more lost as well. No, I'm telling you, it's... Listen, even my wife was like, why are you rooting for this team? Like, what? Like, she doesn't know Valorant, she doesn't know VCT, but she's just like... So obviously the first question she asks is like, well, where were they ranked last year? I'm like, 7th or something. And she's like, so why are you rooting for this team? And I'm like, how do I explain this to you? Like, I just see things, and I just see the theory and the way they play, you know, and I've had some conversations with, you know, whether it's some of the players or the coaching staff, where I've just heard things that point in the right direction, and I have big hopes for it. I mean, listen, it was a very chamber-heavy meta. So at the time, people were calling him the best player in the world. I don't think there's any reason to go back and revise that history. At the time, most players were a lot more one-dimensional. There weren't as many really strong flex players. Like, even Victor wasn't as strong as I would say he is, like, now, back then. I think that was one of Victor's strengths at all times, but, you know... No, dude, it's so crazy. Everyone's like, dude, how much is Will being paid? How much is WillChobra being paid by RQ? And I'm like, am I just losing my mind? Like, Why can't people see this? Like, listen, I agree that it's very theoretical. I agree that it's theoretical, and if they once again don't prove it, then I should probably put down the hopium, right? Or a bigger change needs to happen. 100% agree. But like, I don't think the theories I'm making are that crazy. Like, I'm trying to figure out if everyone's a doubter just because everyone is like, well, theory's cool, but like results, whatever. Is that the case, or is everyone like, dude, Will's just making stuff up in his dreams? And I'm like, maybe I am. Maybe I'm like dreaming all these rounds that they played in my mind, and it like never actually happened. And I'm like, yeah, it totally makes sense. Like, I don't even know. Sometimes I feel like I'm tripping when I talk about RQ. It's crazy. Which is why, like, I just really hope they do well this year, because I swear I'm not making this up. And you know what's even crazier is people were like, man, the Gen G RQ Icebox Map 3 was like the greatest game of Pacific Kickoff. And I'm looking at that, I'm the guy looking at that and thinking, wow, I was so disappointed in the way RQ played that. I thought RQ made that map easier than it should have been for Gen G, and it wasn't that easy for Gen G. That's the crazy part. That is the crazy part. Some people think that game was so good, and I look at it, and I think it was pretty one-dimensional. So, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at, but clearly it's not the same as everybody else. Jemkin versus something theory? Well, we never got to see it. It might still hold true. Don't throw away the receipts just yet. As a TS fan, I was willing to buy the Zeta capsule if they win, even though the player card is bad. Well, that's the other thing. I forgot about the choke factor. That is true. You know what's funny is actually the last two calls, it's not so much it's not so much RQ having a bad call. I think that's Gen G having a good call. That's another crazy part. I think the last two rounds is Gen G having a good call. You could argue that the second to last round, where Gen G does the B stack first, is a bad call. You could argue that that's a bad call from RQ, because Gen G sends that aggressive snakebite, and then right? That's the one, right? That's the one where Texture had already pushed out all the way up to conveyor, and RQ like hadn't really checked it, I think. But while it looks bad from our end, and we have the leisure to look at it without pressure, in the heat of things, because Gen G hadn't done that, I don't know if I think that's an area where it's like it's a forced error from RQ because of how Gen G was playing beforehand, rather than RQ having a bad call. And then the very last round was just a really good call from Gen G, because it was a trap play. It was a stack again on B, but this time without the aggressive snakebite. And then they still had a good backup plan for retake on A. So it was like, why not do it? Buying any team capsules, I'm gonna buy RQs. I'm trying to debate if I want to buy another one or not. But hey, if any teams want to send over a team capsule and have me use it in games, I will gladly do so. It's very easy to buy my Valorant gameplay time. Team Secret and chokes. Yeah, they seem to do that often as well. But, you know, at a certain point, I start to wonder if Team Secret chokes or if they just get way overconfident. Wait, Koi looks better? What? No. Really? Wait, hold on. Am I misremembering? Hoi is the team that picked up Grabinho, yeah?
是的，熊大熊二的火花还是非常值得大家期待一下的。那今天比赛加油好不好？碰一下圈。
Which match I think was very good?
银河战舰，一起来看一下狼队这里的首发名单。阿鲁巴、克里斯、Spring、Y 右、Coldfish 以及他们的主教练 Nant。是的，那狼队
Like which match do I think was the best from Pacific?
一些粉丝应该会知道，其实他们还有非常多的替补选手，是有一个非常豪华的其实大阵容在。官宣的这个阵容名单是有8人的啊，就是非常豪华，而且他们在这个长期的作战当中也可以有更好的一个轮换和表现。是的，那我们也一起来看一下狼队这里休息室的选手们有什么想要。
I mean, it's probably if you had to pick, it's one of the Group C matches.
Hello， 大家好，我是维嘉，我现在是在狼队
But
休息室的门口。
that's because they were the closest and they were hype.
大家好，我们来探一下班，打个招呼好不好？
I mean, there's an argument for Genji Paper X just because of like the comps, them all having to show their own interpretation.
小春是很久的好朋友了。那在全新的赛季可以和
Yeah, maybe Genji Paper X, honestly. I was gonna say one of the T1 matches, but
一定有，因为我们之前也一起打比赛很久。
I feel like that might just be also. I don't know. The T1 matches were pretty good.
我们两个都知道对方要做什么，那我们就尽量会配合到对方去做好那些事情。对，
是好兄弟也是好队友，对不对？是的。那既然来到了一个新的舞台，然后也是一个新的开始，能不能分享一下关于第一场比赛？
Oh well, yeah. T1 showed good gameplay. That's a very T1 centric viewpoint.
是新队伍嘛？对，然后这是新队伍。
Yeah, I think Paper X versus Genji overall was a good match, right? They each, other than Load, did they play Miracomps on Lotus? I can't remember. But no, they played Sky versus Fate on Lotus, I think. Oh wait, no, they played the Chamber as well, right? No, that's T1. What am I talking about? I think it was Fate versus Sky though. Yeah. Other than that, so they all had their own interpretations. Oh, they also didn't have the ciphers. Never mind, it wasn't even close to a mirror comp. But they showed their own interpretations, and they had to use it to a certain extent. And then it was a close match. So I think the Paper X Genji one, maybe.
就他们现在整个团队的目标是非常务实的，先拿首胜，以后再说其他的。比如说，大家可能现在对于狼队现在的一个目标是非常看好的，包括对他们非常有信心的。但是我觉得，这么多人新来到一个队伍当中磨合，肯定是需要一些时间的。那今天其实是对他们比较大的一个。
Well, only one of T1 and Paper X can go to Madrid. Womp womp.
达到一个非常好的配合效果。对的，因为其实算上替补的话，狼队有3个原 ME 的队伍的一个成员。那可能不清楚的是他们会不会。
I'm gonna go get my coffee real quick before the match starts.
一定会有更加
Is this map draft? No.
能够存在在里面。好的，一起也来看一下狼队这里给到的关键选手。我们刚刚一直也没聊到的克里斯，其实之前大家也看到他在微博这个第3幕的时候，除了夜路不玩啊，只搞夜路。那我们来看一下他的平均战斗力评分来到了224，平均每回合伤害168，1.15的一个 KD， 常用英雄啊，夜路贤者。其实他是先锋用的也比较多，比如说像猎枭这个位置，以及什么斯凯。这些位置都是克里斯比较擅长的一个角度，他是一个非常英雄池非常深的一名选手。对，其实，在微博早期的比赛的时候，其实克里斯是专门司职到先锋的。那目前看来的话，可能也会成为这样的一个情况，让小春去打更多的主角斗，让克里斯来承担先锋的一个职责。我觉得对于他的英雄池和熟练度，应该不用特别多的一个担忧啊。那来到 BLG 的关键选手王浩哲啊，平均战斗评分245，平均每回合伤害161以及1.28的 KD， 常用英雄相对来说就是比较固定在决斗位这个位置上。对的，而且其实也是我们说到了雷兹和杰峰的熟练度都很高的一位选手。
All right, so while we wait for the original future of Valorant YZ to show up. So this is from my wife's grad school. It's their mascot. It's a tiger. It's their mascot in a graduation gown. Isn't it adorable? It's so cute.
我们相信看过很多比赛的观众都对他们的选手的个人能力是有
So we took pictures with the tiger.
所以只要能打出正常的一个水平，可能会给 BLG 造成很大的威胁。而对于 BLG 这边
No, it's not free. We bought it. Are you crazy? School's got to make money.
其他人能不能去回到
RQ really read free? Huh. Where have I seen these colors before? Oh, looks a little like the RQ jersey. No, but yeah, the school's mascot, she went to one of the grad schools at Korea University. So, the mascot's a tiger. Isn't it cute? It's so adorable. I love it. It's gonna sit, I think, in front of our TV or next to.
去考验他们磨合的地方，还有整个指挥上面的一个变动，都有可能会有比较大的一个考验。
就像我们其实今天刚才结束那个京东 Mall Gaming 的那场。
Although there's like a cartoon version that the bachelor's degree, just like the college undergrad, some undergrad students were holding, and we couldn't figure out where that was from because they weren't selling it at the shop. Dude, you know, like I almost, I mean, I don't wish it was done under the table, but like I do wish it'd be so much better if RQ did throw a bag at me and I could just tell you guys, right? Like I feel like I'm going to, they have to do well this year, otherwise I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, let's talk about that. Should I get the wingman, Tactibear, Tactibunny, or Dan the Penguin? I still can't make up my mind. I think I'm going to get at least one. Do you think DRX beats T1 right now? You know, before kickoff started, I thought T1 would have a really good shot at potentially beating DRX during kickoff. But I don't, it's so hard to tell, because here's the thing. Flashback, I think Flashback, the mechanical hype for Flashback from DRX, I think was true. And I think I agree with Termi that he can probably get even better. What I can't tell is because Talon performed so well against Team Secret the first day, I can't tell how much of Talon not showing, not able to showcase much against DRX was DRX shutting them down strategically, or like Talon not performing well that day. And so therefore, I don't know exactly where to gauge Flashback. I think Foxy9, I have a pretty good idea of what to expect for the year. I think Buzz has gotten not like miles better, but even better than he was, especially just as a pure like entry player. Maka was obviously a little off the first day, but I think he was fine the second day. I think Stax is playing, his average has gotten higher than last year so far. Obviously, we need 2 matches, so it's a little early to say. Is that enough to beat? Is that enough to confidently beat T1 again? I don't know, but here's the thing. I think the weak points of T1 are a little greater. I think the peaks might be similar, if not. I mean, okay, it's hard to say it'd be greater for T1, but I think the peaks are similar. But I think the weaknesses for T1 are a bit bigger if they show up. So now I'm a little wary of T1, the potential for T1 to beat DRX, or vice versa. I mean, Foxy seems a lot more confident. Like during the interview, he was like speaking his mind. He wanted to tell everyone that he's like practicing every Asian, etc., etc. Yeah, they have Asian figures. The VCT Pacific Arena, the pop-up store downstairs, has Reina, Jet, Killjoy on sale, and I think they're $200. But they are pretty big, as you can see. I think the Phoenix one is even bigger. Like the platform for this is huge. Let's do some figurine analysis. You know what I mean? It's almost like twice the size. Phoenix is like this big. I like the Phoenix one though. He's got the classic. He's got his little hot hands. He's got the friggin' fire. Man, what do we think the next Asian's gonna be? Oh, that's what I'm excited about. I do have space behind me. It's gonna be taken up by one singular plushie. Not gonna buy a figure. $200? Like if I was a figure collector, I think $200 could maybe be worth it. I mean, I don't know. These are pretty big, and they seem like they are probably like the details pretty good on him. At least looking at these two. But I have the Ezreal. What's the box next to the keyboard? Oh, that's our pre-wedding photo album. It's the album cover, but it kind of looks like a box because it's brown. I've heard that it's a. I've heard rumors of a controller, and didn't I talk about this the last watch party, that I'm waiting for that because we have wall smokes, which are like squares. So we have square smokes, we have circle smokes. Now we need triangle smokes. Dude, or what if, chat? What if we have a crystal smoke, right? Once this interview ends, because I don't want to like draw over players.
现在对新的队友很自信，还有对自己也很自信，所以很期待这场比赛。希望他们两张图加起来能到12分吧。
Yeah, what if their smokes are like this? Dude, this stadium is so sick, by the way.
Wolves esports.
Just let that smoke live rent free in your heads for a little bit.
Aluba.
I am happy for China that they built a like thorough full LED arena with these entrances, because obviously the Chinese players didn't have much opportunity to experience all that. Hopefully the Pacific Stage 1 and Stage 2 stage is sick. I think the one now is like, it's fine. I think it's okay. I think it's underwhelming in certain aspects, but and I think the way it was presented is not great. The ceiling's very low, but I can definitely see a trap-like smoke in the future, like an invisible alarm bot that suddenly pops a smoke.
Why you?
Or what if it's like a fire extinguisher? We're just saying why you now?
Coldfish.
Yes, Pacific is the only one. Well, is China using the same setup for the rest of the for the rest of the year? Pacific's gonna have a different stage for Stage 1 and Stage 2, but I don't know the exact details. Like, it's gonna be different from kickoff. Yeah, exactly. Like I want smokes that are just default one ways. But you gotta make them like, you obviously have to balance it some other way. Dude, is there a jersey full pink now? That's so sick. Billy is gaming, man. Dude, when Kang enters, the crowd is going to go nuts. I mean, all of EDG, but especially Kang. FNS, are you okay? That lives in my head rent-free. One-way smoke, but you can't shoot through it. Oh, that's an idea.
Yosemite.
Dude, the soundtrack's kind of bopping. I dig it.
XPZ.
I mean, you do have to wonder. I wonder what the financials difference is between VCT China and like all the other regions, right? Because America's an EMEA, while it can look clean and stuff, it's obviously Riot's in-house arena. So, not to say that it's like free, but it's a lot of cost saving. Dude, FNS like tries to watch party this and just looks like that. Looks like the gif of that meme dog where he's having like PTSD, just flashbacks of everything. And like, why is he approaches the judge and FNS just starts like freaking out? He's like, oh, I can't.
然后从 BRG 的角度，他们就要更考虑去磨合整个团队性了。
是。看一下他们在团队性上面的一个配合啊。
I want to say that I really appreciate your belief in RQ, but I don't want you to get hated by Indo people. I haven't received much hate yet. I'm not too concerned. No, here we go with the maps. Oh, Billy Gaming. They haven't changed. You can't use that judge on the breeze. Get that out of here. Billy still holding true. Okay, I think the Lotus span is fair. Oh yeah, I did have that influx of crazy K-pop fans about Red Velvet once. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. Billy picks a set. Really? Is Plix gonna play Yoru? No, I think their split was pretty bad after champs, wasn't it? During all the VCT tournaments? Icebox. That's exciting.
是的，不会像是在图3里面，我们苦苦等待等不到，这次一定会看到森韩东港的一个较量啊，也是非常期待 VCT CN 的森韩东港首秀是2轮班。
Yeah, Billy's bind is also used to always be. I don't know how it looks during the off season, but it was always kind of iffy. No, I don't think it should be another wall agent. Another wall agent, I think, would be actually really bad. But like, imagine if it's like a fire extinguisher, right? And it's like actual like CS smoke, but yeah, it's like a toxin gauge, and you can like buy another tank of it, but you have to reload it once you expend the entire tank. And then yeah, we're just getting crazy.
我觉得奇乐和林最大的区别就是林这个英雄更多会看自己的个人发挥，而奇乐会更去依赖自己的队友，包括他的终极技能也需要更多的。
I was talking with someone, but we also thought it'd be cool. What if the smoke was actually a platform? So it's just like it's like if there's a okay. If there's a character here, right? You know, and they're moving forward, like the smoke is only like here, like floats like this. So your vision is in it's impaired, but you can crouch under it. Or another idea is, what if their ult is just fog, so you can only see each other's feet? It's kind of like Vipers, but different. All bangers end on split, instantly a banger. You're not wrong. Okay, Miracom. Oh, not Miracom. We got YU on Cypher. So exciting. Honestly, it does change things up quite a bit, because the way you control mid changes drastically from that. Because Cypher can't control mid as passively. You can get information, obviously, with the cam. I mean, you can have a trap wire. I don't think it's as effective as an alarm bot. Well, I guess you can't really argue that, because it is similar. But then your site defense, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, is your site defense becomes a lot weaker. Billy with some early pushing to mid, most likely because the enemy doesn't have a killjoy. Plix just pops him right off. Oh, dude, he's just holding because he knows the Cypher is there. Plix is just holding. He's been tagged. I mean, Billy just needs to get out and dodge, and they are donezo. Yeah, tracked a different breed of player.
但他的位置肯定是会被重点照顾的。
枪械也不好，手里的
Oh no, chat. It's all over for Billy.
跳出来拉下枪线。那这样的话，首枪局是由狼队率先拿下啊，也是取得了他们现在的一个开门红。而在防守策略上面来说，我觉得首先是克里斯
Let's become overreaction Andes.
团队带来了一些比较好的开始。
是的
It's over for Billy. Billy will become the new turn of China. JK, it's only the pistol. It's Ascent. I mean, as soon as you lost that jet early and you still didn't really have information on the setup on mid, it was over. Nice change up on B. They're expecting it could be a rush. Full rush defense set up on B. And then they're pushing out so that if it is B, they would surround them entirely. Now they have empty day for a retake as well. So they have full mid control. Excuse me, please. No way he sticks around for this. Okay. I mean, he still has coverage, so that's a good peek. It took a little while, but he almost got the freebie onto Bear, which is scary. So because they saw 3 people, they're going to rotate over to A. They still have a really good setup on B, so they're not too worried. At the end of the day, they have the numbers advantage. They can lose 1 person because they only kept the sheriff, so that's okay. Wolves winning champs. Oh, I clearly have to get my overreaction game up because what I was suspecting was nothing. Can they pick up the weapon? Oh, Wolves, they're too busy celebrating. Coldfish should have picked up the Bulldog and thrown it over to their smokes. I don't know if they eventually got it, but might have had the time.
当然了，克里斯这个前压他还是问队友阿鲁巴要了一颗黑杖的，当时封到的是 B 小的位置，对这个连接处，所以他会压得如此肆无忌惮。当然了，这也确实是一件很有风险的事情。最后的结果给我们展示了克里斯艺高人胆大。哇，那克里斯今天一上来啊，无杠战绩，而且最关键的是他的这个无效命令啊，在面对对手
So never mind, he had enough time.
强的一个作用的。但 BRG 目前的3个回合基本的主攻方向还是偏向于 A 区，偏向于中路啊。对，中路来一个举着枪出来的。
Dude, it's a double. It's a double, dude. Double Bulldog. Similar efficiency to double Marshall.
他可能没想到对方敢直架，这确实是一个不太常规的举动。
Not as instantaneous, but just as good.
举着枪还没有。
Hello on YouTube. A short update. We only got to co-stream the second match, which was just earlier. DRG versus AG. DRG ended up really picking up steam and shut things down. On Ascent. Sunset was relatively interesting. Saw a little neon action. But now we're on to the third match. Dude, Billy is just not getting the first kill at all. That's 3 rounds in a row where they have the first death. And when your Jet's down every round of Ascent attack, it is rough. Oh, here we come. A little taste of their own medicine. Boom. Oh! Oh, the dream. Oh, I think I'm going to have to play some Valorant today and buy some judges. Dude, they haven't even planted the spike in 3 rounds. This is deadly, actually. I mean, losing full buy alone is bad, but this is like no plants in 3 rounds. Getting first death every round. I mean, it's bad. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to figure out as well. Twitch chat saying, you know, what, like, how could this change be so big? That Billy just seems to have fallen off so much. Like, they used to have so much charm, and they used to have, like, the aggression and the aim to back it up, but they've really lost it all, which is why I was so disappointed with them during the offseason, because it was like everything I liked about this team, like all the fun of it, regardless of actual results, just like wasn't there. Doing all right. You know, a little tired. My voice is a little shot, but otherwise doing well. Watching some good old Chinese Valorant.
Spring 手里是没有披风在的，拉出来很稳的对调，第一个人，第2个人被穿墙，小编能够收掉一个人，贝尔。
They can't I mean, they have to, but they can't possibly expect the flank right now because they're so busy with the site.
这样的话，4比0的一个开局，这回合因为也没有更多的一个经济，所以自己的进攻并没有能够打得想象中的那般顺畅。
想打一波快体，但是其实已经是被对手猜。
Well, they changed one member of the roster, and then
这样的一个英雄确实不太好去打 rush。
and then their coaching staff as well.
还在用自己的技能去证明啊，这张地图还是得有
Which
确实是在
who knows what the bigger change is here, but
他的闪存过载。 它的零点秀探都有非常好的一个效果。
那 BLG 赶快叫一个暂停去。
There's a lot to say. That's good.
是的，
因为打到目前为止，其实 BLG 的战术策略，我觉得看得很明白，就开局抢中，然后再通过中路给到对方的压力，把优势辐射到两个边。
是。
但是现在中路打不进去的一个最重要的问题呈现出来之后，两个边。
Is that smoke good that Omen did on aiming? The one way? Yeah, I mean that's like the way to play Ascent defense. That should be like your default as an Omen. That way you can hold it fairly well alone, and if you have the KO with you, it's like you can really shut that down, and then you can have your Killjoy and Silva just really spam B main. In ranked games, you should absolutely use that one way.
这样的话，其实才能调动整个防守阵容的一个落位。但如果你只是在跟对方去试探，没有给到特别大的压力的话，对方的防守阵容不动的情况下，进攻方确实是不太好去找一些绕后啊，或者是这种进点的机会。
是的。
You think I should work on my thumbnails for YouTube? I mean, you probably wouldn't be wrong, because I'm not exactly a graphics designer, nor do I spend a lot of time on them. And I know that thumbnails are important, but I just don't have the time for it right now. Probably one of these days I'll get someone to actually do it, or I'll figure out a better pattern. The last two smokes? Sorry, I kind of missed it. Was it this smoke? Was it that one? Because this one's actually better for holding if you know that they haven't crossed. This one's better than this one, because this one they can still exit 2 different directions. If you're here to offer your services for thumbnails, well, I greatly appreciate it. I will take a pass for now. Not because I doubt your work, but not considering that right now. I probably should, but oh, not getting the trade is rough from YZ. But YZ just had so many places to clear. Because again, they all got stopped by the one-way. If Coldfish gets 1, that's enough. If he gets 2, the round's over. Oh, the timing of this is going to be tough. That's a good drop. A good drop in a swing.
现在只能是一个3打3的残局，要等克里斯和阿鲁巴的回到点内的机会才行。但是现在对于 BLG 来说，有个比较伤的事情就是他们的这个位置啊，已经是被
still doable.
所有人都在点里，
有点卡在里面了。但是唯一一个好消息是，就是有这个无效命令在手上。如果应用无效命令，
good no command.
时间在的啊，小顺也是换到了一把。
Shuts down the opponent's no command early. They can't flash into it. Yeah, that's a... Billy finally about to win a round. Did they speak too soon? Okay. Thank you. Is Killjoy or Cypher better on Ascent? I would say for solo queue, Killjoy.
对，刚开始他们其实是在 A 点防了一手对手的前压的，在防完对方没有前压之后，他们立刻5人抱团，并且在点内，虽然他们的位置是处于一个比较劣势的角度，但是这个无效命令，即便他们位置劣势，对方也没有技能能够逼，因为被抑制了。
在完全没有技能的一个情况下，自己架枪就是有更大的一个优势在了。
因为回防的路线，要不你就得走楼梯趟对方的单向烟，要不然你就得从这个右边的这个高处跳下来，跳下来的这个瞬间可能会被抓 timing。
是的，果断对于 B 点1道的一个进攻啊，让他们拿到了这非常关键的1分，暂时稳住了目前的一个局面啊。
对，但是狼队之前的比分优势
Opponents still have Odin and an op though.
所以这一回合依然是有奥丁加明居的组合。
是。 这也是这张地图里面最强的一个枪线。
And I feel like Billy really
是有逐风的，他已经架到了比较
barely survived that round.
我感觉 Coldfish 很有经验，他
Ult economy's not bad though. If they can win this one. Oh, I thought that was the op kill. I was like, what? But that was the kill on A. That's against Yosemite. So they got sight of members on B main. They took out the Killjoy in A. So Wolves should have a decent idea. They have no reason to rotate just because the op's still here, the trap's still here, the camera's still here. You probably still have that one way on B. You've got the Odin. Yeah, there's just like no reason to rotate. Now you have Huntress Fury online. Because at 40 seconds they still... Now, the biggest thing is the 0 point doesn't tag anyone, so that's why Wolves feels pretty confident about this rotate. They're going to realize they still don't have any contacts, so they're going to... Yeah, there you go. YU's starting to get a little concerned. He's just positioning himself to make sure that he can not only scout out mid, but also rotate to A quickly if needed. And that's going to be a save. That's a save? I mean... I guess?
感觉狼队他的这个小套路还是非常多的，尤其是这个 B 点开局的这一下，奥丁响枪，因为奥丁和狙通常情况下来说不会在一边，但是他们就是打对手这样的一个时间差，或者是这样的一个出击。
I mean, yeah, statistically you're not winning this round, but and yeah, your econ's kind of all over the place. So I mean, I get it. It's not like a ridiculous save. Timer was running out, but
自选图，他们还是有一些要拿分的压力的。哇，这一下爽穿。
猎枭玩家最喜欢的一集，
没错，并且现在 BRG
I think they just wanted to make sure all 5 members had rifles, which I mean, now you need to win this round, like no matter what it takes. You just need to. All right, they spotted the op. I don't know if they heard the op last time, but surely they suspect it. Or at least kept tabs on the money. Ooh, I think that flash drive showing up right as smoke went down kind of scared Spring a tad bit. Goes for another. Because they pushed out the op, Billy's pretty confident about B. Oh, dude, that tag, the last second tag, and then the push out from YU. There's just no follow-up on that turnaround. I mean, Wolves is playing well. Billy is lost.
这个回合开始之前就看到了 BLG 在拼中路的时候，就有发现 YU 又把他的半线调整到了中路。这个是一进来又踩到了半线。
I mean, YU just forcing a run into the site through the smokes after the op gets the first kill and there's chaos everywhere and the Odin goes off. The thing is, you have to understand, Odins on LAN are so OP. Because already with the white noise, there's like so much crap going on in your headset, and then if you're just spamming the Odin, audio cues are real tough. And he holds a different angle with the Odin, like. Like creeping up while an Odin is fire, like suppressive fire is very real on LAN. Dude, I used to love Billy. What happened to my Billy, man? Look at what they did to my poor boy. I mean, this is Billy's pick too. Yeah, that's another thing. Like they're very careful about the mid setup. Well, even that they actually walked into it. Well, maybe Jet jumped into it, but either way, they walked into the trap in mid too. They're kind of wary of a mid setup, but other than that, like they just have no idea how to clear these setups on B.
BRG 是没有太多的枪械的，只有3P1把长枪。
给技能了，没有能够把自己的黑杖放出来，而且被一直
Fragment to help.
但是有一个碎片溢出，在前点剩下3
Now back up his hill. Bianc needs to get this kill, but Plix is wary of it because you still have paranoia in sight, so you feel pretty good. Yep, that allows Plix, and that's a great pop flash. He checks every corner. Just imagine a utopia where players check all their corners. Is that VCT China? No, it didn't happen in the last game, but Plix is doing it. No, Plix is good, man. This Wolves roster is pretty good. I was really hoping Billy would come back swinging in 2024, but it looks like they just lost all steam and they're just not sure what to do. I really do wonder if the judge nerfs just hit them that hard. Like, I know that sounds crazy. I know it's like this crazy notion, but you have to start to imagine.
中路的话，对方现在有一把明狙 ，BLG 也不太好去应对，但是 BLG 这一分可以考虑用自己的终极技能去给对方正面施加。
I mean, Billy hasn't been like that since champs. They gave DRS a run for their money. They beat NRG. Like, they haven't looked like that since they returned to China. So that part's not that surprising, but I would have hoped the offseason did something for him.
而且这个也是 BLG 最关键的上半场的一分了。如果这
Which was the first team that came up with this comp? That's a good question. Which team?
能不能成功找到呢？
Huh. That is a good question, actually.
很稳健，选择放点去打。那对于
I think it was multiple teams once KO was released, though? It changed IGLs? I believe so. Because Ren left and it's Bear, and Bear is IGLing, so. Who was IGL last year? Was it Ren?
按完爆能器之后的一个站位部署了，外场只放了一个有三分体，他是躲在了 B 通，所有的人都在点。
Do you think Gen G can beat? Wait, what?
狼队没有什么技能，没有什么终极。
Wait, I don't think I've ever seen the Odin version of that skin. That's good.
第3件还是把小春给穿倒了。携带人民军的小春倒在了点外，拉出来被全闪。克里斯能够先收掉一个人，
You don't need
再把小编也给收下，交给走在船坞里面的一个位置，能够先点掉一个，有一个可以
Surely you saw the start to that shadow step. Surely.
瞬间打下一个双杀，冲到了船坞里面，阿鲁巴又接住了一个。
Okay, he doesn't have time.
时间好像不太
Oh
够。
my
这回合他可能走都不太
gosh.
资了比较多的终极技能，还好是拿下了分。
Oh, you're right. Bianc was their IGL. Now I remember. Bianc was sitting in the middle.
是的。
当然了，固然这张地图
But I think Bear's IGL, yeah.
优势，但是
At least Bear's listed as the captain, which sometimes isn't always the IGL.
拿到4分以上的压力。
这样的一个比分，我觉得肯定是不太能够。
I mean, not noticing the shadow step jump that's forgivable.
更多的是先锋位置的一个选择，也是我印象中初代的恐怖机器人，但是他现在来到了狼队之后，他更多司职的是控场的位置。我们看到他的思路也相当的明确。
那还是老规矩，但是连续几次
I think it would be very tough for Gen G to beat DRX tomorrow.
一个防守落位其实是有一些偏向于 B 的，但是这一次 BLG 是
I think there is more of a chance that T1 beats Paper X than Gen G beating DRX. And that has nothing to do with necessarily Paper X's DRX's strength, but more so their opponents. But I think for T1, they would have to 2-0. I think if it goes to a third map, Paper X wins absolutely.
人在蹲，我们要注意，阿鲁巴现在是没有剑影
And that's no matter the map.
他这剑影是用完了的。
是啊，
可能这几个剑影会给到刚才 BLG 一些声音上的影响吧。
对的 ，UCMT 单线他得摸出更多的东西，因为正面的队友现在没有更多的信息在身上。
关键 B 点不施压 ，B 点有半线加摄像头。这个
退出去了。
这个0点休摊的时机好像有一点让 BLG 决定了一个。
500 attack is absolutely doable for Ascent and Pro Play with these comps. Okay, now you can't come in. No, don't force it. Oh, do not force this. How have they...
那这是真的没有办法了 ，BLG 已经是孤注一掷的近点，最后18秒钟从
What happened to my Billy, man?
多人的一个架设没有办法，一把短炮终结了对手，而且这一分能。I
mean, it's almost as if that off shot, like it did its job, whether it got the kill or not.
其实，在这2个回合之前，他还没有拿到。
It was so much aggro.
怎么说？
刚才狼队有一个非常精彩的配合
It was so much aggro drawing. I mean, Aluba's very good, very calm and patient. Plays around the enemy smoke so well too.
经典的人也没有看他，但是他那一狙没有狙到，但是后续就是他有3个选择，第一是克里斯，他来吸引火力；第二是 A 小杀出来的狙小春；第3才是阿鲁巴。
对的。
而第3个顺位的阿鲁巴是把这场比赛刚才那一分给解决了。
是3个点位上面互相去đấu，互相去信任。 现在的狼队在比分上已经占尽了非常大的优势。这是一张 BLG 的。
Back down to Nico.
现在狼队的终极
They're looking to go for a double swing. I mean, kind of on their side, but Plix is there, and it's gonna be hard to expect Plix's position. Aluba all pre-fires for 1, and they just have no idea about Plix. Try to go for the wide swing. Dude, Plix is good.
克里斯也非常的有感觉啊。
这就是枪械优势展现的淋漓尽致。
是，
就是你正一穿射，其实它是有很大风险的。第一是射速相对来说比较慢，其次就是你在穿射的过程当中容错率比较低。但是幻影不一样。
If Gen G beats DRX and Paper Rex in the finals potentially. RQ got the worst bracket. I mean, listen, I'm an RQ glazer, but I think that's massive opium. But I do think I think Group C was the group of death, no matter for which team. I think those games would have all been 2-1s, no matter who went up against who.
DRG 现在是想慢也没有太多的收益，想提快的风险又太高。这波应该还是会回到中加 B 这样的一个策略。
然后再来到中路的一个位置，这次的2个黑杖都已经是给了。
Go streaming massacres instead.
还是要等到黑杖再充能的一个时间了。看能不能收集到、抢到更多的一个地图控制面积啊。
但是其实狼队最近这几回合，他们知道，因为 B 点有奥丁的存在，DRG 不太想去冲 B， 所以他们现在防守重心一直在自己的重生点，就中路和 A 点点后，这会让 DRG 的其他 位置的人非常的难受。
阿鲁巴在家里，你看阿鲁巴在家里，他在等着哪边需要黑杖，他去给到哪边。
对，因为幽影的这个黑杖，它是有一定施法距离的限制的。
You're sad Team Secret lost. My condolences. And I meant that. I know I sounded sarcastic, but I meant it. Site's empty. Wolves is going for a retake. They have every single ultimate. And you just used your no command to get in because you were scared, which I guess I kind of understand because you're down 2-9, but... Oh my god, yeah. Oh, YZ is scared. He's playing scared. Bianc just got a wall bang through the market door. They didn't quite clear the cubby. YZ's coming online. Okay. No, I didn't get to watch it. I was still on my way home and eating dinner. What maps do I feel T1 can beat Paper Rex? That's a good question.
就是在等，他们每一个人都在做事，每一个人都在帮队友去架过点。
是的，这样协调的夹角的一个枪线，是把狼队想要出来的人尽数解决了。
对，
而且狼队回防的一个路线确实也相对比较单一，
刚刚也有个
出生点。
对，刚刚有个小小的伏笔，就是那个碎片一出，其实没有打到那个对夹角，它其实是有一点点的空隙在里面。
而且这种甚至会
T1 and Paper Rex
会成为一个假信息
啊，
这种还有
明显能感觉到当时就没有人看这个角度。
看这儿了。
那在上半场，狼队确实在防守端取得了一个比较大的比分优势，但是这张地图有。
I mean, Lotus is a possibility, although I think Paper Rex's Lotus will be a different story. I think Sunset is a possibility still. Ascent maybe not so much with the Viper. Icebox maybe.
有没有来到他们最热的一个手感？我们还要去继续看一下。
能看到现场
I don't think Breeze.
支持两支队伍的观众啊。
Not sure.
现在来到了一个比赛非常关键的一个转折点，看一下两支队伍谁能够在下半场的手枪局占得先机啊！而且手枪局影响下半场的走向，影响的占比是非常大的。
对，而且我们老生常谈的一个话题，就是你3-9要翻，你手枪局不拿就真的是零容错了要。
是的。 现在画面当中就是刚才的这个发挥非常好的选手阿鲁巴，他早期其实是玩少尉出身，印象就他上波路给我留下过非常深刻的印象。且后期因为队伍的需要，他转型了各个的位置，包括像一些先锋，包括像什么烟卫，他都有做尝试过。
对的。
而且在采访时候，他说他自己最喜欢的英雄竟然是海神。
哎，是的。所以这位选手也是。 看到狼队这些选手每一个人，他们都有非常深厚的一个英雄池，就会让我们期待他们在很多地图里面能。
I mean, yeah, they also lost on Sunset.
一起来看一下下半个回合。
But I think those are maps that they could take back on another day. I'm not saying that I think T1's favored, but I think there are maps where they could win, and I think they could win if they win 2-0.
中路找机会了。两边的少尉都是正一出门。
是，那有3米这里也是在
maybe split
方没有去买更多的一个技能选择器。
我们要注意啊，小纯这一把的待遇是非常好的，他是队友给发的枪，他的鬼魅是队友发的，所以他能买到2个技能，再带1个轻甲。那这样的话，他在走第一。
Oh, this is a fast hit on the tree. Paranoia is already out. Some time has passed. Oh, the pop flash he could not recover from his own flash. Dude, Knight was spinning around like a madman.
贝尔在2楼的位置被解决了，这2楼有点失手了，王浩哲站在了一个非常的位置，人就倒了。
Well, I mean, thank you. Bianc will take that. Sure, any day of the week. I don't know about that, Yosemite. I don't know about that. I don't know if they expect the push out, though.
近距离太强了。
Dude, Bianc was playing this so well.
这样就变成了一个1v1了，70滴血打48滴血，贴到脸上，又被右键蹭了一枪，再蹭一下要不行了。
The reload. Oh, dude, Bianc. Oh my gosh. Dude. The confidence to draw the bow in that 1v1. Like, I doubt it was calculated, but because he tried to get the kill with the ghost because he kept his gun out for so long, it almost made it so hard to protect for Plix that he would go for the double shock dart. Dang. And it's a force. No plant, by the way. Hard force, 3 stingers, 1 specter. Same strat again. They just say we go again. Okay, YZ gets 2. Oh, you surely hear them. Okay, he dashes out. Now you gotta watch from main. So you do still have to cover this one way. Onto main. I mean, I almost think you kind of walk all the way up to here and clear here while the killjoy is watching because you still have the alarm bot there. But I guess you pinch under tree and you get the kill anyway. You know, one more exited. And you've cleared out A main. So while that hurts, should be safe to go into the site. Or to stay in the site, to hold from the site. Bianc gets the spike. Dude, Bianc is going at it. Oh my gosh, Bianc is at it. He really would like this last kill. Get 1 point away from his Hunter's Fury. But it's going to be Bear.
那这样的一个局面对于 BLG 来说豁然开朗。
这个完美团灭结束之后，首先刚才这一分狼队是强起的，这个对于狼队自己的本身来说经济是非常伤的。其次就是我觉得这一把绑侠确实是有点出乎意料，因为强起大部分情况下都是轻甲，轻甲很怕绑侠的身体命中。
Okay. Well, you're gonna buy. Yeah, fine. I guess. I mean, YU's probably not gonna use his trips or his trips until they get to plant. Maybe not even the cyber cages if he just stays on the lurk. So yeah, I mean, okay.
小 K 来顶前点，然后由王浩哲来帮小 K 去架一下追他的人啊。
2024, the year of initiators? Don't think so. I mean, we have some godlike initiators around the world, but other than, I think those are the exception.
更多的就是先控能量球，就比如像现在这样，先把地图上的能量球的这样的一个资源控一下，给对方一个夹角波，好像就是来我吃球就走了。
Ah, the classic make noise and just assume that it worked strat. Granted, the difference from Zeta Division is that they still have a lurk way in front of B. He's going to hide from the recon. The question is when does he start his move? Oh, the 0 point. He should call for the 0 point, though, and say that they just checked. Not that you have much time unless you're trying to make noise again. Trying to follow him through. They got to clear the switch first, though. They get one. Did they see Knight? Maybe, because they tagged him. YU's here. YU's not aiming for it, though, so maybe not.
已经是有一点困兽之斗了，进攻方狼队是所有人被逼在了点内，没有人能够去走到一个能拉枪线的角度。
Billy should win this round. Everyone's stuck on the site. They have sight of another. They don't know where the last one is. Now they do. Let's clear from Yosemite. How do you feel about ISO and Denlock having 0 picks? I think it's okay. I mean, we'll see. I think Denlock should have a better pick rate in solo queue. Thing is the game shouldn't always be entirely balanced around pro play. Like, if things are broken in pro play, then yeah, that should be balanced. But in terms of bringing up weaker ends, If they have a decent
连拿3分啊。
success rate in solo queue, I think that's enough reason to not necessarily try to do anything to them too early.
而且这一分便可就是小编他手里有狂烈之怒啊，这个技能其实是
I mean, I think ISO maybe we'll see at some
比
point.
赛局势的情况的产生的。
是的。看一下这次狼队的一个进攻思路，他们有没有更多的战术可以去拿出来啊？比较靠外的一个寻一剑，又是弹到了 B 头，没有信息，没有人的一个信息啊。
但这可能是一个假信息，可能。
Okay, mid control at 120. It's not bad. It is an A stack this time. You saw the continued effort onto A, so Billy's going to switch that up. Send a deep drone out. They should have seen the Sova. But only the Sova.
跳回去了，还是要选择跟小纯一起走。
No, you do have the door closed, but yeah, Bianc needs to start making his way out. He's got the Unjust Fury. He doesn't need to need Greed for this. Unfortunately, he's out of range to hear the drone, I think. 0 point's not going to tag anyone. Billy's going to think this is an A hit. They're still keeping Bianc near the site, just in case, but he needs to not peek this aggressively.
这个剑很有意思，他射的是遥控器的位置，就是想穿杀，但很可惜，好像没有打出特别好的效果。哦，被点到了，是的，被点到之后
A little greedy.
没有能够成功的退出去。
对，再加上碎片溢出的伤害。
I mean, also, like, when there's no one there to go for a crossfire or a trade, I don't know if you go for that recon. Oh, I thought he would have had this. And the double.
但是正面的压力让他们不得不去做出一些妥协，而这个妥协就是被打到非常多个侧身，随着 YU 的一波3杀入账，这一分下半场来到了
YU
第一个回合。
哇，真的是看到狼队这支队伍给我们
I think he just said let's
在进攻的时候
F and go.
战术的多变性，也让我们不得不佩服他们做的功课。
I know, right? BLG's just slow now, which is like not why they were fun.
对，这个其实是非常伤的一件事情。如果他没有倒的话，当时回防的速度就不用那么快。
是的，
可能 YU 就会被断。这一切都是一个
Man, do you think Billy and Zeta Division might be scrim partners?
断了之后，我们看到被绕后的 YU 又收了一人。
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they all scrim against each other. Especially China and Pacific. That's another thing I hope for is I hope China and Pacific are able to scrim each other fairly often enough since you're in different leagues, but still will help both grow.
对，尤其是当这一分丢掉之后，他们的经济优势可能在下半场就要被反超了。
对的，有可能已经被追到了一个没太
Excuse all the yawning.
我们可以看到现场啊，有非常多举着应援牌的人啊，也可以看到很多熟悉的身影。
Cold Fish, what a name. What an ID for a gamer tag. Cold Fish. I wonder if there's like there's a story behind it. I changed my glasses because these glasses are they press on my temples a little bit.
我觉得从目前的情况来说 ，BLG 想去解决这一分的问题，他们哇，这一分贝尔是没钱的，而且小编是给队友发了一把。
All right. B set up to completely delay the initial hit, and then also to take out anyone who dashed into switch. This is a hard push into mid. Only one gunshot, so they all had their own positions. I don't know if Knight's actually out of the smoke yet or not. I don't think he is. Oh, maybe he was? No, I don't think he was.
防守方贝尔再去侧道看一下有没有人进点这样的一个。
I don't know if you heard that from YZ.
半帽子看到了王者这里自己也被传到了，
He needs to get out.
两个人打了一个照面。
Now, if you're Wolves, you gotta imagine that it's not just the jet that was near A site to provide that backup. The recon clears B main for Billy, so you can have the Silva. You can have the Silva a bit further back so they can go both ways. He wanted to drone. Unfortunately, he's not going to find anything. I really think the Silva being here would be much more beneficial. You have so much Yuto to delay anyway. But somehow, they will find this timing. And it's gonna be a good one. I get to check out the spy cam.
王浩真有非常激进的一个风格，去探到了至关重要的。
You have to use the Nanosaurus early, so the fragment will come out to support. That's a great kill from Knight, and now backup entirely fully arrived. Wolves doesn't have an option. Billy's trying to turn things around.
前压相同的位置有点没道理的，但是恰恰就是他这样的举动，让队友有更早或者是更充足的时间去应对。
24滴血，没有逐风的截锋，在没有更多中路信息的情况下，压到了这样的一个位置，确实是非常大胆的一个选择，但是为他们换来的一定是关关键键的这一分。
这一下好像时间已经到了啊。那这个回合结束之后，我觉得狼队在处理一些细节上，确实是会被经验老道的 BLG 抓到一些机会。
是的，这样的一个激进的一个选择，也是 BLG 目前来说
Cracking my window open.
情况下，用自己的经验去化解的一些东西。
那这样的话。Nant 也是赶快叫一个暂
Timeout,
调整一下，因为从目前来说，两支队友都已经把招出完了。而且上半场我觉得
I mean, I don't know, it's a scent.
来说，他其实是打的算是一个非常理想的结果。
They cleaned it up. I mean, they've had some bad rounds, but the round, like this round win was a good round win.
怎么去拉扯对方的一个防守阵型
So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
7月中相对来说比较小的一张地图了。
During this timeout, can we talk about the real big deal, which is not that we'll be finding out who goes to Madrid, but Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out next week.
其实还有一个关键的时间节点，就是在双方终极技能比较多的那一个回合。 谁的终极技能多，谁的终极技能收益高，谁就更有机会拿下图一的胜利。
是，而且现在其实比分已经是咬得比较死了，特别是对于 BLG 来说，他是很难再接受已经来到2位数比分的狼队再去往前进任何一步了。
Skull and Bones has less than 1 million players total, including free trial players.
BRG 和狼队做出怎样的调整？从终极技能的数量、存储量来说，BRG 是这个回合处在劣势。
Okay, Wolves, Hunter's Fury, one away from no command. Dude, Spring is having a rough go of it. I mean, so is Bear to a certain extent, but Spring had the ult a couple times in the first half. Now has to be the primary entry. Okay, so it's just a deep... But no one's checking for this. Dude, did Bian... What is... Wait, how did... Wasn't Bian just standing there? I was so confused because I was like, isn't that the enemy's Hunter's Fury?
带走，哇 YU 双方在这个暂停回来之后选择了一个中路大乱斗，
这是突然暴起把人接完了呀。
对，但是明显能感觉到终极技能更多的一方是更占有优势的。
是，
狼队当时狂烈之怒再加最后这个残局的神经曲线的抛出，其实是有点锁定。
Well, no, I guess he was holding it, and then after the first tag, it was just too late to move.
帮队友去解决掉了 A 小这一侧的一个枪线之后，在中路的对象。
I like it though, right? Because if you go here, you're expecting people to like funnel at least through here, and if you get contact in mid, then the Hunter's Fury. It's not a bad idea. And now it's just a classic no command rush, except YZ's got an op. And while we like to talk about his judge, his op isn't so bad. Just a little overshadowed by Kong Kong is all. Very patient from Bear.
我觉得他当时都已经，小春都已经想好了，我直接一个睡云，然后凌空，然后珠峰。
Bear also a little rough, only 4 kills as well.
小 K 加过点，队友已经开始。
They just waltzed in. Smokes are late. No command. Slightly late as well. They know where Bear is. Still gonna get 1. I think that's more he could have hoped for. He actually gets 2.
好的显示出了他们的配合，他们的效率。
这波的话，可能狼队还是一开始的一个进攻思路没有能够成功打出来的时候，在第2波进 A 的时候就已经比较。
Wow, dodging that paranoia, huge.
就当时小春直接大步往前走，他是因为队友就是幽影推了个黑，所以他认为没有人能够在前点对他造成威胁。
是。
但是这就是经验啊！比赛打得多，或者这种
Billy might be doing it. In theory, should be able to win this round. I'll put them at 11-9. They win 1 more. They're ahead in ult economy overall. Lockdown should be coming online earlier.
但是 被对方也侦测出来了。
小 K 在这个位置一定是要队友打技能，自己才能够成功的撤退的。但是对狼队来说，他们没有很着急。
I'm never a huge fan of the KO being in wine because you don't have an exit, but dude, the fact that you don't shadow step out of that is ballsy. Oh, the flashes are too good.
但是王浩哲明君能够再换一个。
YU 在 A 小绕，现在正面其实是主要
That's a good bait and switch.
没有拖住的克里斯，面对这样的一个情况 ，YU 也没办法了。
Okay.
也被收下在了这个地方啊。这一把也是因为枪械没有更多的一个优势，在对狼队
I like the bounce back.
劣势是比较明显的。
感觉 BLG 今天有点慢热，但是他们最近这几回合打得很有血性啊。其实这一分正常来说，在9库的人应该是要等待自己的队友先拉，他再去做文章的。但是小 K 不走寻常路，直接主动出击，正好抓到了阿鲁巴的 timing，
直接给碎片一出，就是要逼你藏在死角的位置出来跟我去对枪。
没错。
Down to half armors for 1 more round. Wolves again, still nothing to work towards. Still no Bladestorm either.
狼队有点背水一战的味道了，因为现在双方的比分分差已经非常。
Still 3 points away from lockdown, actually. Needs to dash out. You've still got Knight watching from heaven, so you have some time to rotate. They get 0 point anyway, so that chases him away. So Billy's going to use this to rotate the operator over, right? They're like, okay, well, we tag them. We put up our smoke. They're not going to be able to flood entry anytime soon, not without a little bit more util.
小边扛着他的奥丁已经是赶往了 B 点内。
An interesting cyber cage from the attacking team to try to distract him. Oh, I like that, dude. The drone goes out to the first grate, so it's hard to expect. Then there's the counter arrow. You just can't do anything about that. Sure, Bianc goes down, but the site's now already been filled up by the Omen. The timing clear onto Cubby. It's just enough time to get Wisely into the site, and that's really all they needed. 2v2. Bear should find both. That's the You know, the craziest part is Bear almost got that. I mean, the dash forward is very Billy. The dash forward is very Wisely himself. It's also because Bear was low, so I kind of get it. It's just that he's not able to get the kill instantly and get out. That is unfortunate.
这短期是一个 BLG 非常被动的少打多，
有点像是捕捉到了 BLG 回防的节奏和速度，我卡在地图中间去等你回防的人去出烟找我。
One away from lockdown, one away from Hunter's Fury on either side. Oh, the float forward, dude. Spring has had enough of this blasphemy.
他甚至一个逐风拉到了对方的脸上，现在可以捡一下对方掉落的枪械。
捡到了。
They only had that Bladestorm.
打3没有容错的 BLG， 剩下他们的技能没有暗眼了，有一发雪地剑，2发雷击剑，有在比差1个人的击杀，能够去把自己的全面封锁给打开，但是怎么去拼这一个击杀呢？
时间可能会有点紧张。
小春想要混一梭子，混到了 Yosemite。 只剩26血了。
零点秀探再次给上巡敌剑，给
It's Jover. I mean, once you're able to set up these tripwires for free and not do much else, well, and that. Bianc, it's the last round. GG. Yeah, the attacks are fairly sloppy for both.
13比9这样的一个比分，其实。
Granted, I think for Billy, the attack feeling rough was because of the Cypher setups. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
地方我觉得在于，其实狼队除了他们有非常枪法，我觉得就不说了，大家看到都是明星级别的一个发挥，还有他们的战术在进攻方的时候，其实也打得非常的好，很多变，而且在面对上有困境的时候，他们的处理调整相当之快。
我觉得最重要的就是狼队，他有非常多精妙的小配合。
对，
就是可能在战术整体的一个宏观运营上来说 ，BLG 可能会更加熟练一点。但是在这种小配合，比如说我丢闪你拉，然后第3个人来补这样的一个 ABC 3人组， 配合的其实是非常好的，这也就恰恰是印证了我们在赛前所说，他们其实在加入狼队之前，他们其实或多或少都有一些了解。
对的，互相都有一些羁绊。我们有高中同学，有曾经的队友，有自己的一个好兄弟在。狼队今天的第一张地图确实给我们带来了非常大的惊喜啊。
再来回顾一下这场比赛的一个精彩发挥啊。可能狼队这张地图是开场打得比较好，也占非常重要的一个原因。他们进入比赛的节奏、进入比赛的状态非常的快。对。然后这会导致 DRG 刚开始在进攻呢，本来就是一个比较被动的边，然后又是被对手先拿到了节奏，确实不太好去发挥。
是的。我们看到 DRG 在后半程的时候，他们有手慢慢热起来了，自己的战术慢慢的熟悉起来了，但是一开始的比分压力确实拉得太大了。如果是个8比4，甚至
都有机会，
对，都会有机会可能在。但是比赛是这样的，没有如果。
我觉得更多的还是在上半场进攻端的 DRG， 他们的进攻路线其实都已经是被对手猜到了。而且终极技能的协同，包括像 KO 的这个高闪，频率其实双方打的都没有特别的多。
看到了这张地图的一些 highlight 啊，小技能上面的一个配合，狼队的一个围剿都是做得非常好。
是的。YU 还是一度保持着自己比较稳定的发挥啊。他这场比赛其实因为这张地图相对来说绕后的点位比较固定。
是的。
如果真要绕的话，也不是特别好去发挥。好，那我们一起来去听一下选手们在比赛场上的一个沟通情况。
给闪了，给闪了，给闪了，给这样。哎小 KO， 哎小 KO 可以大一小吗？可以大一小吗？大一小，大一小。
You know, chat, I'm actually so excited to co-stream the matches tomorrow. It's gonna be nice to be able to just sit back and break them down at the comfort of my home.
别急，别急，别急，等大，眼底，中路，最后中路，推乌了，
Nice ah!
好的，我们一起来看一下第一张地图的 MVP 给到的是
Plex 284.
选手啊，平均战斗力评分来到了284。
Tomorrow should be 5 p.m. I think. Just 2 best of 3s.
这个平均每回伤害多7次的。
You assume there's a bigger pre-show for playoffs? I don't think there is. I think other than China, I think the whole idea is like kickoff is supposed to be like fairly low key. Which is unfortunate because there's no way it could possibly feel like that, because like it was a 5-month-long off season. There were like so many roster changes. It decides the teams that go to Masters Madrid. Like everything on paper makes it sound like it shouldn't be, but everything else makes it seem like it is supposed to be.
但他今天的个人发挥也非常的出彩，在团队数据方面，13比9的比分，而且从率先击败数上来说，狼队也是遥遥领先。
是的。
Dude, this is a crazy stat that this entire game there were only 6 plants. In 22 rounds, there were only 6 plants. That's insane. I've never seen that before. I mean, sure, we talk about how since it's defense-sided, but
在安装爆能器的这个数据层面上面，其实我们看到两边比较接近点，但是可能更多的是 BLG 就没有能够成功的进到爆点里面安装的次数，其实就不是特别的多。那狼队的话，下半场
Dude, this drip.
所以能够
Dude, it almost seems like Plex is holding the Phoenix.
这个对于他们来说是度过了很重的一关，因为其实本身我们一直在说亚学生这样地图老图最考验的就是配合，最考验的就是磨合。那图1至少狼队给我们的一个答卷是相当不错的。那来到了图2，森寒东港也是我们刚刚一直在聊了很多的
VCT 森寒东港首秀马上就要来了，那我们就稍事休息一下，马上回到双方第2场的较量。
This must be outside their arena, huh? That's kind of cool. Alright, is it the night of all 2-0s? This song is called AI Pressure. Do we think it was written by AI? Liquid versus Navi. The brother battle continues.
好的，欢迎回来。那刚刚的图一，我们刚才也说到了 BLG 的自选图亚宣城。对于 BLG 来说，他们的手感回暖的来的有点慢，所以自己的图一也没有能够成功的拿下。接下来他们将要面对的是狼队的一个自选图，来到了森寒东港。我们一直在说，现在是等于对于我们 CN 赛区来说，这个首秀森寒东港的首秀了。
对，森寒东港这张地图其实。对于大部分玩家就是选手而言，他们其实有很长时间在这张地图上没有过在职业比赛当中的较量了。而这张地图，我觉得对于狼队来说，确实是有一些优势。从目前来看，因为狼队它的磨合时间相比于 BLG 是比较短的。那其次就是森寒东港这张地图，它现在在经过改动之后，我觉得在个人实力的发挥上占比会更大一些。
I actually might check out some of the ENG games before I fall asleep.
在的过程当中，他每个人都要有磨合的过程。在此之前，在大家都磨合的比较好之前，更多的考验呢就是个人能力，你能不能去单人守住 B 点，在黄香这个位置能不能给对方 B 场非常大的压力，以及中路现在其实，在中路管道就厨房这个位置，它有一个小窗口，这个窗口也会影响到非常多，就是关键你的选位、你的判断，包括现在阵容的一个选择。其实早期这张地图很多队伍甚至都带瑞娜，带这个。
You're gonna watch VCT EMEA? Well, I won't be co-streaming it because I don't have the rights for it. I didn't ask for it because I would rarely be able to do it at a reasonable schedule.
在这个比赛中学习很多，两支队伍在这张地图里面带来的一些战术和技巧，怎么样去沟通这张地图，玩会这张地图，肯定也是在排位的时候能够。
But I don't know if I'll watch it live. The thing is unless you're co-streaming it, it is much easier to glean info by scrubbing VODs. Now, if you're practicing casting, obviously that's a different story, but you want to go through the entire thing.
防守方也会有这种阻挡对方去守包的这样一个情况，盖可通过皮弹来这个安装爆能器，也是一个比较安全的决策。
对的，这张地图会出现很多情况是安置完爆能器的一边的进攻方会有比较大的一个优势。这张地图守包来说没有那么的困难，但是
It's a matter of efficiency.
怎么样去进到那个点内去把这个爆能器安置下？
怎么走出这第一步？这最重要的。
是。
那其实现在我觉得对于 BLG 的选手压力已经是给上了，
拉满了呀。
对。
I'm also running on not many hours of sleep this week, so.
在一张自己很长时间没有去作战的地图上，跟对手去交锋。而且从心态上来说，感觉 YU 现在很放松。
Billy about to step onto the stage and say it's Billy time, and Billy all over the wolves.
状态确实是非常在线的，而且今天我觉得他的零思路上面也是完全拿捏到了对手，特别是在 BLG 前几个第一张地图前几个进攻回合里面，他的这个半线啊。
Split was third map.
监控、震慑半线都是去捕捉到了 BLG 的进攻。
Icebox. I'm kind of excited for this actually.
这名选手其实在之前
See if Billy cooked.
发挥是比较稳定的，
对。
但是他今天需要重新找到状态。而在 BLG 这边，小编其实是有一个能够去改写比赛节奏的机会，在第一张地图上。
What's my opinion of Icebox in Pacific so far? Mildly underwhelming. Not just because of like not like crazy comps or whatever. I mean, Gen G I think showcased their comp very well. I'm curious to see it face off against other teams. But otherwise, like, bring out the Sage again, didn't do much. Bring out the Harbor again, didn't do much. RQ's comp, not a fan.
是的，而且当时的一个 Team Radio 里面，我们也听到的，像 YU 在关键
I think Gecko Silva is rough. I think Gecko Silva is rough.
去让队友去冷静，重新去找对手人的一个位置的情况下，也是冷静了一整支队伍。虽然我们刚刚也在赛前采访的时候看到了说，狼队这一整支队伍可能5个人都相对会比较内向一点，但是他们真正到了场上，5匹狼、5匹野兽在场上。
I think if you want to play Gecko Silva, you have to play like so much map control.
就看小春在这张地图上的发挥了，而且我甚至觉得
And I don't know if Icebox is the map to do that.
有可能
啊，这张地图其实。在我们之前的印象当中，海神也是一个非常有机会能够去登场的英雄，因为他的海盾确实是可以这个帮助安装或者是拆除爆能器。
对的，在可能说他最近上场的 不包括这次更新的时候的最近上场的国际赛事里面见到比较多的体系，就是蝰蛇、海神加斯凯这样的一个，也是推瀑流加上引路之隼的这样一个打出烟闪去抢地图面积，包括像自己有海盾可以去安置爆能器这样的一个体系在的。
并且其实当然了，在目前版本
Casters start game.
斯凯的优先级已经是被逐渐的往下去拉了。
Dude,
因为
look at Yosemite zoned in, focused.
那样的一个强的统治力，反而是盖可这个
Trying to bring it back. All right, Billy
找夜路，哎，但是
is bringing the harbor comp.
克里斯这里是
And Wolves is bringing Cypher Killjoy.
克里斯来打蝰蛇，阿鲁巴去打奇勒，双少尉。
狼队的双少尉的阵容吗
Cypher Killjoy?
少见的奇勒加林一起出场。
哎，这张地图其实很早期。
Surely they were starting on defense, right? I don't know my Chinese, but
其他位置全都拉满，但今天
surely.
展示了双少。
我见过
Dude, XPZ's like, what the F? His face says it all. It's like, what in the world?
防守方的时候真有一点这个。
I mean, surely they have to be starting on defense.
目前的第一个问题就是进攻怎么打双少尉。
他们的这个进攻，要来看一下，一定是要单摸的一边能够去有更高的一个胜
I
率。
mean, I don't know. They're starting. I kind of wish they were starting on offense. They are great because I want to see what they do.
尤其是中路的渗透一定得成功，成功了可能对于防守方的威胁会比较大一些。
是的，来看一下森寒东港的首秀防守方的标记，进攻方的狼队。
从目前的一个情况来看，王王者起了一把狂怒，可能他在这个回合进 会。
I am curious. Very aggressive retake screen from Billy. It also creates a nice little pocket here. It's just narrow enough that it could be missed. I mean, dart entry, cyber cage entry. I mean, you're looking to really play the map, and they are. They are pushing out mid from the get-go. Cyber cage, they just want to run it in. Because they already took yellow, they knew the site was weak, so they just run it in. It's a good call from Wolves. 1-for-1 trade, but again, it's harder for the enemies to get through. Now it's pistols anyway, so Wolves playing a bit spread out is a little concerning. Yeah, I would regroup. Yeah, I would regroup. Clicks. Okay, he needed at least one, so that's not bad. Early Nano Swarm pop from Aluba. So you don't have that post-plant. You know the jet dashed in. You're waiting for that on that side. YU gets one, but it's an instant 2 trades. Cold fish. They're not on it. Oh, they're so low! Oh my... Dude, Coldfish is ice cold, man. Just something about this guy's look.
这一下其实他也知道，如果这一分不能立刻把两个人全秒掉，自己肯定是绝对倒地的状态。我觉得这一分中路的渗透速度奇快。我们赛前刚刚说完，进攻的双少尉阵容想拿分。
Damn, I mean, they were so low, so I think they were looking for the double, but it was the angle that he had was just too advantageous. Damn. That is a late high tide, and it's very deep. That high tide lets you peek out. If you're gonna high tide this, it needs to first of all go across here, and it needs to go like through the middle, so they can't just like still walk in front of it. DRG just completely left the site. And this is just making it easier for Wolves. I mean, granted, it's an eco, so not much to do there, but now they should know. Plix is prepped to play off this turret. Oh, he's not prepped to exit. I was about to say he's prepped to run away as well. Dude, I don't know if you heard the dash. I don't think he did. Oh, he's aware of it, but it's a little too late. That's a bulldog. Unless YU can get everybody, and he can't. Who's picked it up? No one picked it up? Oh, did it fly off the edge? No way. Dude, did he back up enough that it flies off the edge? Well, they know Bear's coming. He is weak. Okay, I mean, not the end of the world
狂突一把害灵，说实话，
for Billy.
这个战术还是成功的让 BLG 去换到了比较多的东西，重创了一下对手的经济啊。
对，我觉得 BLG 这一分打得蛮好的。
아, Wolves가 잘하네. Wolves are pretty good.
5人抱团去绕一波后，但确实绕出了一个非常
All
好的
right,
效果。
here's where we start to see what they really cooked up. All rifles, they buy back up. They're trying to match power for power.
全家福。
They're still better off.
那现在这个情况，王者可能
Okay, early dark trade. Not getting too much info on that, but you know that they didn't aggress past pipes, so that's good.
拼凑出来是全齐的。
They've already all gotten past the cascade. Early drone as well. They check YZ, but they don't check anybody else. YZ purposely just standing still, trying to bait them in. I don't know if Wolves are going to be able to read through that, but it's an early drone for drone. I mean, the enemy used theirs as well, so you don't feel too much pressure. It's trade for trade. Now, yeah, if you leave the alarm bot at the barrier, then they can get under tube, so trying to watch out for that. Oh, what a shot! A little too fast on that. I think he could have tried to buy a little more time on the window, just give a little fake out. That's a very preemptive high tide, just in case, because they're not entirely sure. They haven't checked for YZ, but YZ was scared of someone who's on the plant who's going to turn right back around. So 3v3. Anything's doable for either side. Need that first kill. Oh, that's a good reset for Yosemite. Oh, now you gotta go for the double swing. Oh, not terrible. Fairly rough, but no, Wolves are pretty good. Wolves are pretty good. I mean, the roster's fairly strong. Dude, that's a shot. He wasn't even ready for it. He flicked up for that.
最重要的2个击杀全是由Yosemite个人完成的，他一个人是站在原地接对方2人。
Saying he wasn't ready for it sounds weird because he did get it, but that's not what he was pre-aiming for. So since Wolves bought up, they're gonna equalize. That gives YZ a chance to use the Outlaw. He's got the Blade Storm. It does bring him down to 0 creds, but as long as they don't all lose rifles, they should be okay next round. It's a fast push out. I wonder if Billy's doing this because it's double sentinel on the other side, or if they usually want to play this aggressively to take space. Because otherwise you'll like never be able to lurk, right? They will always know that their post plan is safe, which is really only the Viper and the Killjoy, but that's still a lot. I say only, but it's a lot. Yosemite in trouble. Oh, the snake bite. Dude, he holds that skill just in time. Eats a freaking shock dart to the absolute face, but the high tide helps a lot too. His teammates can't exactly try to follow up. And now you're still holding mid control. There's no real reason for YZ to move from that, although I am curious if he's standing in the tube right outside it, depending on how you want to tailwind out potentially.
就没有再多一个先锋那么舒服，打一波的能力有点弱，被卡在了里面。
而且Yosemite很有经验，就是你不开这个 B 点的独木，我就不开降云。2个技能是同步的，贝尔还穿掉了对方的 YU， 小编也有收获。那现在这一分应该是非常难操作，
都被扫到了，剩下扣分手里有一把数位在。
25滴血。
Oh, he's hiding.
下一把枪，但是可能下枪都困
They ain't checking. Oh, yes they are. Actually, Bianca gets it.
开了2枪，还是找到了人的位置啊。这样的一个开局，对于 BLG 来说，这一局他们的开局就做得非常不错了。
对，我觉得最重要的就是王者在中路的前压拿到了对方，就是至少没有在中路的信息。
Man, starting an attack with this comp is rough, but I have to, unless they show me something crazy on the attacking half. I gotta imagine that they think they're okay with even like a 3-9, but at least a 4-8. I mean, we'll see. I mean, they won the pistol, so that's a great start. Like, that must have been it, right? They just think, if we can win the pistol, we'll get enough rounds in the attacking half. We'll see. Trip to check for the push out of mid, but not out of B. The toxic screen is already used on B, though, so you're gonna want to use cyber cages, which is apparently not part of the plan because you have your cipher on your lurk and watching your flank.
那现在整个 A 点进攻方狼队已经是拼点了，哇哦，那现在的所有的防守压力会给到小 K 哦，他现在只能单人顶了，队友
A deep dart, and Billy's ready for this lockdown.
但防守方有狂烈之怒。
I mean, sure, you have the camera to watch your flank. I wonder if they think that Billy's always going to push out, which it almost feels like they are. So if that's the case, the cam setup early is fine, and then the trip. Because worst case, you're going to want to push out into defender spawn in a fight. 6 shot from Bianc. Yep, 2 people kind of stranded on the side. Aluba trying to find his zone. Larbot chases him away, but Wisey just the run and throw. Clean from Billy.
这一分其实 Cold Face 是挂在最后想去开大的，用狂烈之怒来守一波爆能器，配合自己队友的一些穿射，往往能拖延很长时间。 但是他自己被绕后的给收掉了，而且正面其实也没打过。
You know, like exactly what is the Cypher providing here? Unless you're like digging deep on your own solo lurks.
多条枪线、多个角度、多个路线是稳步。
Because if you're like, well, they help us watch our flank. It's like, well, just the singular turret could probably do the same, and you could still use the rest of it for post plant on the Killjoy. The other argument would be that you can set up against post plants, right? Like put like trips here and here or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that with cyber cages, like that could be cool, but not pushing far enough to do that either. Okay, so now you're taking aggressive mid control with the camera. I don't mind that. That's pretty good. You'll always know if someone's peeking out of there or here. I don't know if that was shot down from Knight.
哇，这蟒侠吓人！这样先点掉了一个人，但是第二时间先退到了点后，已经少掉了一个人的狼队。爆能器也不敢贸然往前去安置啊。
好像被小穿了一下，但是影响并不是很大。关键现在是
Losing the Viper's pretty big.
没有办法去安装爆能器。 正面没有烟的情况下，这把蟒侠对于狼队的威胁实在是太大了。是的，而且狼队这个阵容其实没有闪的，就他们没有办法能够很好的去克制对方的加强。
That's more than one member. No need for Billy to move. They have the lockdown for the retake on A. The only thing not entirely covered is under 2, and the Killjoy is watching that. Why is he here? Is he? Oh, they snuck all the way around. The Killjoy was too busy watching under 2. And Bianc was kind of shut off with the toxic screen.
这狂烈之怒很关键，他有了，但是自己也已经阵亡，现在剩了一个贝尔走中路。
哇，这一波是瞬间被拆分开了，这 Spring 早就藏在这个地方。我这回合让狼。
Yeah, the dart helps a lot. I mean, basically the timing, Wolves' timing seemed to be really good. Right, like when they swing off of utility.
狙最怕的就是被绕侧翼。是。得多叫一个保镖了。再来看一下这个快狙啊。
这太快了，
这也太快了。
That's a nice shot.
慢动作我们才能看得清他的操作步骤。
接下来就是展现瞬狙的时刻。再见。哇，但是我们看到了。
I mean, the toxic screen denies enough info from Bianc because the sheriff kill comes from the wraparound on site.
现在狼队也是叫了一个暂停，但现在比分咬得比较紧。我反而觉得对于狼队来说，其实是一个。
I mean, that's why sometimes you really just want to cut audio and walk in.
防守端。 确实会很影响。
My nose is stuffy.
从理论来说，双少尉能很好的去阻止对方从正面进点，或者是去拿更多的一个。
They really went all in with the whole cyberpunk theme for the soundtrack.
但是如果真的5个人抱团去拼一波流的话，少尉其实相比于先锋来说，他能提供的帮助也是比较有限的。
对的，所以进攻方现在能够打到一个打平的比分，其实我觉得可能 BLG 这里还需要去更加有压力一些啊。 因为如果到时候去换边了 ，BLG 可要面对上的是对手的一个双少尉啊。看一下 BLG 对于他们在自己目前防守方能够拿下更多的。
Can't believe this is 3-3. The op should help in theory. No flashes. Nothing really to stop the op from shooting. He's gonna push out mid. Gets under 2. They shut down any potential aggression from there. The drone to help set that up. It's a bit of an awkward setup because the drone's like checking and you still have to hold that angle and now you have to creep up on your own, but either way. You have Hunter's Furies on both sides though. Honestly, what Billy should do on the retake is they should use the lockdown in a safe position, draw out the enemy's Hunter's Fury, and then, well, maybe they won't even need to because they checked on Spike, but... And then when the enemy Hunter's Fury comes out, you should target the Hunter's Fury. Oh my god, that's coming from a very telling spot. Tell me you get it. Okay, they don't, but they chase everyone else out. Which is good news. And the Reckoning as well, it looked like. But that was a round where both sides' ultimates were fairly telling.
对的，而且同样的，外面其实是没有更多的一个信息收集，说你点内还有没有更多死角的位置去藏人。
我觉得这一分可能是有点贪了。
对的，
他可能没猜到对方穿的这么准，这一下最后一颗飘头了。是的，双方互换大招，这样其实回复开的意义就没有特别大了。
而且卡在点内，我们也可以看到。 暴拳的一个收益是相当之大的。
好，那现在王者已经是起出了明车。
Okay, Op still in hand. They can now watch A main entrance, which means they can anchor B with Killjoy and Viper. They're actually just gonna pit this, except your pit doesn't go around the outside of green, so you. It is a little bit iffier for you to hold. They just saw that that is indeed the angle of it, so. Some trickery, but the pit, its main job to push them into the operator, which would mean that YZ has to get the first kill, and Bear cannot die from conveyor. At least not easily. Because otherwise YZ doesn't have a great exit. I mean, sure he has Tailwind, but that's about it. They're wary of it. Plix is wary of this because that pit means that it's not on B, and Spring not really calculating that angle very well. YZ wants the surprise kill. Anybody to clear that? No? Okay. He sticks around. 100%. That's a lot of utility drawn out. Cyber cages. Trading for the shock darts. And not able to get that. Bear gets the spike down. Now YZ still has sight lines.
携带着爆能器的 YU， 看一下什么时候才能够去安置这个爆能器啊？点内
Only 20 seconds left.
进去跟你抢，而是先往后去退，打最稳的一套。
Do you push in? No.
那现在呢就证明
Nobody spams the nest.
破飞的一个直架，现在打出来了一个1换1。
哦，
好像是被接住了，并且正面也抓到了 timing。
我们可能更多看到的视角是王浩哲这里，他在挂绳子想要上去用标配点右键的时候。 队友也已经倒完了，这个回合对于 BLG 来说，我觉得真的是比较可惜。
我觉得这从战术预备或者是预
The reason YZ jumps forward with the classic is because he knows that the cipher is low, but oh, how do you lose that retake? I mean, Billy kind of went in and they just said, all right, they kind of went through as a gauntlet. I mean, I understand that one of you guys is an op, but that is rough. Op watching mid again. No ults to hold.
两边正好是协同没做好，那现在。 狼队尝到了这个 A 点的甜头，好像想故技重施，但这一分，我觉得 A 点只是一个黄金期，更多的还是要依赖于 B 点和中路的渗透。A 点只吸引你防守方的队友而已。那现在其实就形成了场面上非常有趣的事情。A 点里面是3v3，中路这个附近是1v1，然后 B 点1v1。是。好，
哇，重新集结再打 A。
哦呦，这一下
突出一个相信自己的枪法，基本上打的都是。
I don't know if Billy's gonna be able to hold this with the angles they have.
他能限制的位置很有限啊，他只有限制特定的。
Sure, YZ's coming back, but
厨房这个位置被渗透了，防守方 BLG 是很担心的。
They absolutely hear this. YZ needs to get first shot.
算是非常重的防守了。
别一下瞬移稍微挡了一下落地以后 ，Spring 直接被接了，克里斯直接连接2个人。
Barely, sight's broken. Oh, and YU's on the flank as well. YZ.
有机会吗？小神卫想要去骗，用舌吻最稳的一击，自己被绕到了背后，王浩哲身边没有更多的队友再去支援到他了。
最后这个残局的3打1，爆能器已经安装完毕，但有 Samity 有一个小小的优势，就是他在暗面，
他好像是有个 timing 摸过来了，狼队第一时间好像
This is a tough one.
哦，这个 timing 已经没了，
被看到位置了以后的1打3就很难，
只能说究极无敌大劣势。
Dude, Wolves is just walking in.
的是对方还把爆能器安装了，这个局面确实不太好操作。而现在这2个回合，克里斯的一个个人能力的展现和发挥，确实是有点影响比赛走向的感觉了，因为。我们从上个视角看得很清晰，其实 BLG 的技战术，就至少战术布置是完全正确，且没有出问题，甚至还打出了一些优势。但最后这个残局没有办法把优势转化为自己的一个正势，其实是非常伤的。
都是被不讲道理的枪法给撕掉了。
对，那我觉得现在 XPZ 教练也挺无奈的，因为他其实看得很清楚。
I think it's because the early pushes from mid didn't work out for Billy, but what they should be trying is they should be trying to push from another side of the map, in my opinion.
做出的判断都是按照自己的预期来走的。但没有办法把这个预期转化为比分。
But maybe they really are scared of all the sentinel setups that could be watching the flank, because that'd be true. Like you could push out and you could fall into a trap, or you could think that you're gonna get the flank and it would still take too much. But if you have the harbor available from the main force from defender spawn for the retake, then even if you do hit like an alarm bot or a tripwire, you should draw the attention of the main defense. So
那个少尉就是 YU 他是真的会承担一些绕后和这种断后的职责的。
we'll see. 4-5. This is rough.
阿鲁巴更多是跟团。
All have armor.
他们的这个少尉的技能分配也会有点不一样了。比如说有些时候断后的技能让阿鲁巴去给，那 YU 的战术监控就变成了前点进攻战术监控，直接就往死角里面去丢。
Okay, so now they're gonna push out with the jet off of this high tide. Oh, but he's already through. He's already through. He is already through.
冒险的一个决策啊，也受到了惩罚。那现在阿鲁巴知道你这肯定不止一个人啊，你肯定是抱团前压的。
So I think they made the same call that they need to push it somewhere. So they want to do it from somewhere where they think they can get around the setups and really force them into a site. But just to harbor is rough for that push out. Killjoy dead.
技能全部都失效在了点内。还有空去，
这还要放一个。
Will even use the lockdown. I mean, Wolves, they're already happy with the number of rounds they got. They'll take this 6th round at all costs.
外面有小编了，就要看枪法的一个比拼了，拉出来，再确认一下对手的一个位置。小编已经是拉到了里面，2个人，直接错过了吗？要进去。
哇，这一下其实纯在勾小编。
对。
他就在等 YU 这个点，等小编绕过去。
I think you gotta save.
2人之间的或者3人之间的小配合，狼队打得太精彩了。
对，太
Yeah, I mean, you gotta save.
一个回合之间，他可能有3、4次这样的一个发挥和。
You're gonna send the bull. I mean, you don't have money, Bear. I know it's a bulldog, but yeah.
全都是等你来上当。
是的，无奈了呀，现在也只能选择再去保枪了。
是的，而且从现在这个经济存储量上来说 ，BLG 也是捉襟见肘啊，他们没有太多存款了。 这边 YU 甚至还想再去收掉对方宝枪的人。好的，随着爆能器的倒计时结束啊
，Feels bad, man.
在第10个回合的较量依然是由狼队拿下，并且我们要知道，双少尉的狼队阵容是进攻边领先于对手。
对，其实是有一点像我们说在倒计时的一个感觉。
Come on, Billy.
追分的机会不是那么多。
Don't go out like this.
不过这一切也都是我们一开始的一个设想，比如说我们会觉得进攻方的狼队可能会
YZ's not gonna buy
没有，所以比分还都
on Steel Tour.
目前来说拉开的比分。
Okay, so now they're calling for a push out of A, and Wolves is kind of prepared for this, I think. They're not in a position to rush in. They're in a position to counteract any util. Oh, and yep, they realize that YZ's gonna go for the Blaze Storm. That's a good read. Knight saves him some time. Or buys him some time, rather. He eventually doesn't get it, though. They don't hear the ult being activated, so Billy well aware. Now YZ's just looking for a kill with a classic.
YU 也没有选择恋战啊，去应对，因为他们已经少掉了比较关键的带队近点的截锋。
I mean, listen, it's a 5v4. Yeah, they have lockdown, but I would back out of A. I would get that orb, back out of A, activate the Blade Storm. There we go. So that should put some fear that there's a flank coming. They have one tripwire, but We can't cover both entrances.
最前面啊 ，YO
Bear spots him.
顶出来看到了贝尔的位置，是让球制的一个蛇尾。
Interesting sneak fight.
给到了包点，让对方不能第一时间安装爆能器。
Then he's good with the shot. Spots each other. That's too many members.
一个管道上面的阿鲁巴是把管道上面的 Yosemite 给对掉了。
Finally, thank you.
挥过之后 ，Coldfish 倒在了瀑流之下。第11个回合还是由 BLG 能够成功的拿下。
对 BLG 这个回合，他其实对于中路其实是非常小心和谨慎的。他放了2个人，但还是要提小 K 的这一波非常冒险的前压的收益非常的高。在中路控下之后 ，BLG 没有后顾之忧，所以他能看得到。
It's always interesting hearing all the voices from different clients.
非常轻松的直架对手从 B 点正面赶来的这个进攻方的队员。
是的。
All right, Billy. I think absolutely needs this because I think their attack's going to be very difficult. So they're trying to push out again, but this time they're a little aware of the toxic screen, so they'll go through it at a different angle around green so they can try to peek out, but the screen doesn't really give them that leisure. So they're going to have to wait. That's a lot of time bought for the entry. Hunter's Fury for lockdown, so let's assume those ults are meant to just trade against each other. The lockdown isn't a channel, so Billy has to use that 5v4 split second advantage for like 2 seconds.
2楼包下不了，还有个自动哨兵，还有一个纳米蜂群的。
郭峰的人是位置被找到了。
Ricochet just buy time on the repositioning. Alright, you use the lockdown when the main forces are ready. Because this is just going to call the Hunter's Fury. And now you're not utilizing the 5v4. I mean, if you're hoping that fakes them out about where the main force is, I don't think that's going to work the way. This is just Bull's firing on all cylinders. Why he's doing what he can, but I'm gonna go blow my nose.
战术的部署，我有绕后回来了，我前点有技能够去压制，但是瞬间的一个刷屏，狼队个人能力的一个爆发，真的很吓人啊。
包括其实狼队能够如此坦然的进点，知道你是空城机，我依然会趟着这个点去把爆能器安上，主要还是有底气在啊。他的这个终极技能积攒的速度很快，就你每一次全面封锁的时候，我都有
狂烈之怒，
对，都有技能做 counter， 这样的话就显得这3个人的绕后成为了这个重中之重，而绕后又进入到了狼队比较预期的一个打法当中，就是你正面长时间不露头，那你肯定是去绕了。
是的。 狼队在捕捉 BLG 的一个战术习惯上面，感觉确实也做得很好。其实上半场12个回合里面，狼队有点这种一招先吃遍天的感觉。但是确实是让目前的 BLG 并不能够去很好的去解决掉这样的一个情况。
是的。而 BLG 现在来到了一个非常关键的时刻，这是对手的选择。
Hey, Paraboy. I do. It's the same name, WillChobra. YouTube will probably become my main platform just because, like, while I think for now I am still allowed to keep my partnership on Twitch, even though I stream from Korea, because I have an address in America. Who knows when that's going to change, so... But I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and then Afrika and Naver, which is a Korean platform as well, so... If you're interested in those, you can check that out. But chat will mostly only be YouTube and Twitch. I have the others open on my stream PC, but it's kind of hard for me to check on regularly.
雷兹和判官的属性更契合一些，是解封相对来说少一些。
小 K 这里的话，也还是在去调节整个队伍的一个氛围。目前对于他们来说，只看比分，没有说有特别大的一个差距，但是。 细究一个阵容来说的话，我们刚刚前面也说到了比较多的一个伏笔在于双少尉，而且是最热门的2个少尉，林和奇乐都在这张地图里面出了，怎么一波的进攻真的是很难去打进去的。是的，也要去。
This whole cyber theme, man.
像我们这张地图里面上半场
It's like a little old and cheesy, but I like it.
对决的其实比较少，可能更多的就是技能一个博弈。但是下半场我们要来看一下 BLG 这几位选手会不会在对中路有比较多的一个文章啊。
BLG 这个阵容其实也会面临到上半场狼队的一个窘境，就是没有闪，过点全靠信息侦测，可能2支队伍的猎枭把这个巡地箭射完之后，这一波团的这个胜负就已然分晓了。
All right, Billy, let's see what you can do. Dude, already, I mean, look at that. Dude, they can just leave the site and push out mid and have so much time to control A site. They can delay. They have a retake cam. They can make sure they're not pushing out of screens with a trip. They can put an aggressive... What a disgusting defensive comp. I mean, I don't know, man. This attack for Billy is going to be so rough. And I don't know if they would know how to play against this comp even, right? I mean, yeah, but I think they just start... I think they abused the fact that Billy just wasn't pushing out a lot, right? And even if they did, I mean, sure, you have all the trips, etc. to really delay the flank. They just play to their strengths. Cam not activated yet. The recon. They're already in. He's ready to take a picture of the whole site at any point. Spike's not planted. It's freaking over, chat. The attack side for this comp is going to have to be studied. Like, I do think it was Billy kind of playing into the trap of it. I think maybe they were respecting the comp a bit too much. So I think what ended up happening is, like, Billy was trying to play... After the first couple times that they were trying to push at a mid and they didn't get anything out of it, they started trying to play default heavy. And at that point, you just slow creep up and then go for the execute. It's a 5v2, 5v3. Because it's not like Billy's comp has a lot of ways to delay.
他们现在必须得做点什么事情来改变一下场上的局势，但是从现在枪械的起枪来看，狼队这一分主动求稳，他们没有人去贪，所有人都骑到了长枪。对的。
I mean, sure. I think it was mostly on forced errors, but I think it's also Wolves just like knowing how they need to play their comp. Quite frankly, I think even if this was a 9-3, I'd be very curious to see how confident Wolves felt, because I think they would still feel okay. And I think the idea to double push mid on the pistol from Wolves was really smart, because they really needed the... Like, that's how they would almost guarantee 3 rounds, right? On the attack. Because you win the pistol. Like, honestly, there's something to that, where if you think you can get away with a very one-sided composition, you just have to freaking hard prep a pistol for the other half. And you should get, in theory, I mean, you should get minimum 2, but realistically, you should get 3. You know, send the one with higher health. There you go. No, Billy's got this. I have faith. I mean, that's just not fair.
那我觉得最后2个人可以理解了，因为地面上我们可以看到有一个纳米蜂群，然后不然从雪人这个角度是穿死一个队友，那他只能往点里走，点里2把枪在指尖。
That calls for a timeout.
边上5比9 BLG。 I
mean, I don't know. I feel like this timeout's very preemptive, but unless it's like a mental timeout.
所有参加我们本次比赛的队伍啊 ，VCT 的队伍，每一支队伍都给我们全新的面貌。是。就如果你以之前的预计来去期待他在本次比赛的表现，可能对方会让你大吃一惊。是的。那目前 BLG 对于 他们的支持者和粉丝来说，我觉得还没有达到他们最好的一个状态，但是还是要给到 BLG 的压力是 Kickoff 的赛制非常的残忍。那 BLG 这个战术暂停可能是他们本场比赛为数不多的调整机会了。4分的分差，它是一个非常微妙的一个分差。对，但是现在留给 BLG 在下半场最重要的一个长枪局，这1分是一定不能丢的。是的，丢掉的话节奏就完全崩掉。 说多不是很多，说少也不是少，所以现在最有机会去拿下的，在经济
Okay. So what's after this game? This is it. After this, I'm going to sleep. I'm freaking tired. I thought about watching some EMEA, but maybe I'll watch it on my phone before I go to sleep. I'm actually like really trying to stay awake right now, but the comp's interesting enough that it's doing the job for me. That's partly why I'm like not talking as much. And also, I want to save my voice. But after this, we'll be co-streaming Pacific tomorrow. I mean, Wolves also have some nasty shots. I think this is a correct identification, though. That A is going to be... Like, A has so many more ways to set up a weird combination of Cypher and Killjoy util. But that does mean you have to win your fights on B. Dude, Billy's just getting picked apart, man. Maybe Billy really was a Judge 1 trick.
确实是得先杀对手这个分散的人员，但是这个人数差距让现在狼队
I mean, I don't know.
一点都不急。即便你安装了爆能器，你又能如何呢？
是。那这样就比较绝望的一个局面了啊。
这个前压其实是2个人，甚至后面还有1个人来补枪。
对。
而且打 B 点，这个时候就展现出。 No,
I'm serious. Their aggression revolved so much around YZ just blast packing everywhere with a Judge. In all seriousness, there's a reason he used to buy the Judge even when he had money to buy a Vandal. It's a very... I mean, I joked about it, but like, there's something to that. There is something to consider there. I mean, it's probably the IGLing and Rin as well. But, like, if it's the IGLing, you could always get Bianca to do it again. I don't think that's the only issue here. To be fair, that's the other thing I'm considering. I am just wondering, how strong are the Wolves, right? Because Billy is definitely weaker than they used to be. I think there's no doubt about that. But it's like, how strong exactly are the Wolves? Because their shots are looking good. I mean, this, you know, like, this could very well be a case of Team Secret from Billy. Like, rough first game back. I mean, it's the same story. One player changed on the roster. Playing against a bit of an unknown factor. Obviously not entirely for Billy, but... that could be it. And they're playing, like, maybe really well today. I'm gonna close my curtain. Not curtain, window. It's a relativity thing, but Wolves are definitely playing well, that's for sure. Billy's not exactly playing that well, but... I mean, I liked them so much, I don't want to write them off just yet, but... It also does maybe feel like they're playing as if they're used to being like automatic top 3, maybe, right? I don't know. Okay, I mean, this is easy to read. You have to you have to check your corners. It's the jet plant. It's the jet plant. It hasn't checked. Okay, it gets the plant, but they haven't cleared it all. I mean, again, really well done. But this was a read. This was a hard read from the Wolves. Why else would Cypher be like, this was just a read, right? And the fact that they almost just kind of wait until the spike gets planted because they don't care, because no one else entered. I think that was the call that was made, was just keep him there until he's absolutely certain that we've like know that he's channeled all the way through, so the jet gets taken out immediately after. Because YU knew that he wasn't spotted out. And now Billy is starting to kind of freak out and just it's all in on one side, and if it doesn't pan out, they rotate to the other.
贝尔的狂潮其实是可以再生的，自己的铺流也还有一个，他们还有可以去组织一波进攻的机会。但是点内我们要看到有2个。
Here, you know what's crazy is the Sova KO
关键就是就这样的一个阵容，我
would be a great counter to the Wolves comp, right?
可能会非常头疼。
是的。
Because you could take out some of the setups, but you could also just 0-point them. And obviously that would change the location of the Cypher. The Cypher is pretty global, so are Nano Swarms, but... Also the flash out of smokes, things like that. And that's a good way to bait out some shots from heaven. Keeps the cascade. He's ready for Spring to be through it. It's a nasty shot from YU. You're sitting up for post plant. Now you're winning your fights. A little late, but you'll take whatever you can get. I could have sworn the caster just said GNG.
DRG 在第2张地图目前为止是0容错，但是依然还是有继续去追分的一些机会。
是的，一步一步往前去想办法呀，对他们来说比较混乱。
但这一分其实还是用抱拳买了保险，就是能够让自己的队友或者是整个团队比较轻松的进到点内。好，差临门一脚的时候 ，Nant 也就是狼队的教练也是叫出了战术暂停去调整，
马上喊出来了一个暂停去反制 BLG 这里啊。
对，
这也是常规时间2支队伍的最后一个暂停。
是的。 因为比赛场上这种大比分领先被翻盘的情况也是有出现过的，所以狼队选择稳中求胜，
要去跟自己的队员嘱咐一下，接下来还有可能发生的情况，怎么样去做面对。
我觉得最重要的可能还是那一波终极技能的运营。
是，我看到了西亚，刚刚他也亮出了自己的狼队的队服啊，今天坐在场下来给自己的队友们去加油。
对，西亚之前也是。 效力于过 ME 的啊，现在也是在狼队。现在其实对于整个狼队来说，他们可以把节奏降下来，而且场上
Wolves calling this timeout is
这个暂停结束之后
a little interesting. I don't know why you would like. You could have called this 2 rounds later. It's not like Billy's like building up so much momentum. They just got 1 round. I mean, maybe you thought that was enough to shut them down. I mean, there is a theory for that, but obviously, just because Billy doesn't have any more timeouts, it's just like, I feel like you could have saved it for 2 rounds later, but I mean, one way or the other, you just need to win 1 more, so I guess whichever it is, you want to get a read on how they'll go after they get their first round win, sure. This is a setup for Spring. It's actually a pretty hard sell. It's a really hard sell. I don't know if that gives it away even more or not, though. It does not. Why is he kind of baited Yosemite into that, though? Like, he absolutely should have jumped or updrafted peaked first with the blades. Okay, they're calling back up. I don't think Billy's ready for it. Okay, now you're like, whoa, surely that called everyone over, and it hasn't quite done that. Looks like the camera was taken out.
对，主要可能一直
在 A 前点啊。
B 点主要是为了控球，但是正面打得太
Or maybe recalled.
而现在狼队比较有意思啊，双少位活到了最后。看一下这波这个双少残局怎么打。阿鲁巴是有一个大的，确实现在对方也反制不了他这个大招，因为没有狂烈之怒等等。 但我觉得 BLG 应该会压，他不会退手的，但是压就会付出代价。
直接跳到2楼，白给了 YU 一个，而且看到2楼
2v2.
传满是命中了头部，小 K 只能
You just gotta buy time, Billy. Bear's all the way out. He can get onto belt. Where's it planted? Oh no, it's not planted for him. Oh no. Okay. Oof.
贝尔非常的关键啊，把2楼这个位置是成功的给占下来了。
他主要是2楼打赢了，这样的话没有人能管。
I mean, why is he kind of
拆包的这个人？
对的。
Baiting Yosemite was not on my bingo card, but
其实是有一点伏笔在。
因为就看那个2楼决胜了。这个地方也让小编能够连续接到2个人，也是相当的关键。还剩1名敌人。
克里斯刚才这一
Whoa, Knight, what's going on with your audio here?
他没办法，他队友来的会有一点慢，他那个位置已经是被卡死了。
Oh no, the judge is back for the Wolves. A little taste of medicine once again. Just equalizing their econ though. Plex, Judge, trying to hold Garage. It's a great place to hold it. They can still empty A site for a retake. Granted, the weaponry is not great. It just seems like Wolves, they're just going to stick with that unless maybe like at 11-12 they'll switch it up.
有一个更好的加强机会。 但从目前的情况来看，我觉得小 K 的耐心是会更足的，因为啊，
I think alarm bot was recalled. Maybe turret. I forget what.
瞄着人来了，但是
哎呦，那这样的话撞上了，要撞上了。
Oh no.
其实克里斯心里也不清楚，两边心里都不是很清楚。
Screen as well.
看到了独步，在独步。
Plex, are you ready for it? They suspect something, but it's just too strong. He needs to be afraid of his back. He knows that they haven't quite. Oh, that's job well done already. If Spring had gotten that, I think the match is over.
2换2，那这样的话，其实对于 BLG 可以勉强接受啊。
因为接下来剩下的枪械他们是更加有优势的。
对，并且对手也不太好去捡掉在 B 场的这两把枪。
等着你安置爆能器，安置爆能器我就要给技能。
不太好穿吧这个点。雷击点射到脸上，哎，但是
Dude, Aluba is good too. Okay, 1v1. Does he have the read? Well, now he does. Oh, Bear. Okay, so Bear's mind game works. Bear's mind game works. Dude, YU must be so happy.
今天可能很多人都不看好自己的情况下，他们战胜了一支非常强势的队伍 BLG。新的篇章将由你们来执笔。
Wow.
哇，狼队给到了我们太多的惊喜了！这一支全明星，虽然说我们说是组装车，但是这一支全明星他们做到了5个1加起来大于了5，
并且他还给我们展示了非常多
I mean, this,
的战术储备。
it's definitely a little bit on Billy, but
第一次这个森韩东港在
I think compositionally that's a rough matchup. If that double or 2.5 Sentinel, I guess, double Sentinel plus Viper, if that comp comes in with an amazing pistol plan for the attack, or just has like insane pistol aimers, I think that's a tough fight for the Harbor Viper comp. I think it's a tough fight.
狼队让我们再次给到他们更多的喝彩和掌声啊！我觉得他们其实也背负了非常多的挑战在。
There's just so many ways where like your own walls, your walls of smoke just work against you. And that could be a good thing, right? That could be what brings back more double initiator with a KO. KO Sova, KO Gecko, something like that. Though I don't know if KO Gecko would be as good against that comp. It'd be okay. It could be okay. Probably just KO Sova though. Well, all 2-0s, okay. I mean, Wolves look good though, regardless of Billy looking good or bad. I think Wolves look exciting, so if you're looking for another team to kind of keep an eye on, I would definitely follow Wolves. We'll probably continue with CN highlights whenever we have a chance. Once again, the priority is kind of like VCT Pacific stuff, then a little bit of CN. I might prioritize Challengers Korea, and then looking for Challengers South Asia and Japan as well. But China might take the priority over that, so we'll kind of keep these going all year, as long as we are allowed for each stage. But I am about to fall asleep. So we're going to sign off today. Tomorrow we will be co-streaming VCT Pacific kickoff semifinals. The winners will go to Madrid. I cannot guarantee that we'll get through both matches because I have a activation stream for T1 and Samsung. That'll be with their League of Legends Academy team. So you can check my Twitter for that. There's a little info there. There's a little link there for some related giveaways, etc. So you can check that out. But that's at 11 p.m. Korea time. So there is a chance the matches end before that. We'll see. In theory, it should end before that. When does Challengers Korea start? But I would have to get set up around like 10:30. Challengers Korea starts the 29th, I think. 28th, 29th, something like that. 28th, I think. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out on the 29th. So, lots to look forward to in March. All right, that's it for today. I will see you all tomorrow around like 4 p.m., 4:30 p.m. We'll get started on the stream a little bit before the matches begin on VCT Pacific. Again, it's T1 versus Paper X, the Susanto Derby, and then it's Gen G versus GRX. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry I was a little out of sorts, very tired, but tomorrow we'll break down everything. We'll go round by round tomorrow. We'll really dive into it. And we'll see how it goes. Have a good night. Catch you guys later.
非常高的精准击败率啊，就是他不会给对手